So let's call back into session at 7:04. We are back in. We have a full quorum here. We'll go to agenda item D, call back to order. We'll do the rise for the pledge and the national anthem. And I'm not sure who all's doing it, but looks like some trumpets. You have some.
I can fill you in on that,
okay,
sir. Good evening. Tonight, the national anthem will be performed by the Grisham Band under the direction of Liz Love. And leading us in the pledge before that is, I think one of our trustees might recognize this student at Grisham, Anthony Vessa.
Okay, great. All right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, trumpet players. Grisham, beautiful. All right, board members, we and the community for that matter, we have, what's that? Is it working? Am I good? What's the matter? All good? Okay. All right. Let's see. We need to go back into closed session, but I think we're going to redo the agenda here a little bit. We'd like to get the two things with the community involvement here, get those done. But so if that's will of the board, that all right? We'll go to agenda item. We'll go through D, E, and then recognitions. And if it's all right, we'll do the superintendent's report with the student advisory board, and then we'll go straight to I-1, safety and security. Is that okay with the board? Dr. Flores, everybody, with that way we get everybody who's here to speak early, we'll get them, and then if we need to go back in, we can. So with that, we'll go to agenda item. We just did D, pledge, and motions coming out of closed session. We can postpone those, and we have just one. That all right? Okay. We'll skip that till later. We'll go to agenda item E. We'll skip that one too for now. Minutes, just make sure we come back to them, please. And we'll go to agenda item F, board recognitions, introductions. So with that, Dr. Flores.
Yes, we do have student staff recognitions for April, and at this time I called Jenny Lacoste-Caputo up, and as we get closer and closer to the finish line, graduation's right around the corner, but right now we have April, and we have staff and student recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Good evening, President Chadwell and trustees. It's always a pleasure to highlight the work and accomplishments of our outstanding staff. I think I can say with confidence that we have thousands of students that are earning great accolades every month. We set a really high bar here, so the students that you'll meet tonight are absolutely spectacular. If the trustees and Dr. Flores could join us at the front of the dais. First up, we're going to be honoring students from Westwood High School and Canyon Vista Middle School. Making all the right moves, these students from Westwood High School and Canyon Vista Middle came home champions from the 2019 Texas Scholastic Chess Championships, taking home the top individual awards and earning the title of champion in the high school and middle school categories were Westwood student Emily Wynn and Canyon Vista student Rohit Gundam. Please join me in welcoming Emily and Rohit. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll make sure they get their certificate, but the Canyon Vista Middle School team won first place in the middle school grand champion and middle school categories. Results for the middle school category were based on overall team performance, and the middle school grand champion category represented both the individual and team performance. And representing the team tonight is Tanvi Reddy. Please join me in welcoming Tanvi. And Canyon Vista Middle School principal is Nicole Hagerty, and Westwood High School principal is Mario Acosta.
You want to stand in the middle? We'll get a photo of you guys. So you guys will look over here on 3, please. 1, 2, and 3.
Sorry.
Proud principal over there. Thank you.
And for the second year in a row, the McNeil High School varsity winter guard placed 4th best color guard in the world. The team recently traveled to Dayton, Ohio to represent the band program, campus, and community in the Winter Guard International World Championships. Their show, Reminiscence, was a national favorite, and like last year, they placed 4th in the more competitive open class finals. This has been their most successful season in McNeil Winter Guard history. They won 3 Texas Color Guard Circuit and 2 Winter Guard International Regional contests and came in second place at the WGI Power Regional in Denton and TCGC State Championships. One more noteworthy recognition was recently given to McNeil Winter Guard Director Christopher McCarthy, who's been named Director of the Year by the Texas Color Guard Circuit. Please join me in welcoming all these young ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read y'all's names while you get your picture taken. Nikki Andrews, Brianna Burton, Madison Cooper, Gabriela Gonzalez, Catherine Kepper, Kat Lusich, Salma Mohammadi, Dia Parajuli, Grace Pickerel, Annalicia Ramos, Amanda Richardson, Trisha Rondubio, Zechariah Smith, Autumn Sparks, Christopher McCarthy, who's Guard Director, Jason DiMichelli, Head Director, Joshua Munoz, Associate Director, Michael Champagne, Assistant Director, and Nathan Zamora, Student Teacher from UT. And McNeil Principal is Amanda Johnson. Congratulations.
Hold on. Guys, look over here. On 3, 1, 2, and 3. Here, right here. Over there. Okay. Alrighty, thanks, guys.
And we have a special recognition tonight. Round Rock ISD is the only school district in the state of Texas to earn a AAA rating from both Moody's and Fitch credit rating agencies. Following the latest bond rating upgrade, the district has maintained its AAA bond rating from both organizations since 2015 and has been rated AAA by Moody's since 2010. Round Rock ISD remains the only district in the state to earn this highest possible bond rating from both of the premier credit rating agencies. According to Moody's, the AAA rating reflects the district's vibrant local economy and tax base, which continues to grow rapidly, well-managed financial operations, solid financial reserves, healthy resident wealth and income profile, and a growing enrollment base. The rating also incorporates the district's low pension burden and above-average debt profile that remains manageable and reflects the district's ongoing rapid growth. Please join me in welcoming Chief Financial Officer Dr. Kenneth Audix and Director of Finance Rosanna Guerrera, who are representing the finance team this evening. Y'all still get a
Stand
picture.
over there. You guys will look over here on 3, please. 1, 2, and 3. All right, thank you.
And finally tonight, we want to conclude by recognizing one of our most valuable community partners. This month, we're recognizing A+ Federal Credit Union as a distinguished partner. A Plus Federal Credit Union was created for and by educators, and for over 2 decades has had a strong history of supporting Round Rock ISD students, educators, and families through educational programs, monetary support, and community volunteer work. A Plus has demonstrated its commitment to Round Rock ISD in a multitude of ways, from volunteering to monetary donations. Some of their many commitments include providing paid student internships at multiple branches, offering teachers professional development and hosting teachers as externs over the summer, serving as guest speakers at all levels on financial and professionalism topics, and serving as judges for mock interviews for our high school students, providing scholarships for Round Rock ISD students, hosting student job shadow experiences, supporting the Partners in Education Foundation. For example, last year, A Plus gave $18,000 to support the Pi Gala, Teacher of the Year program, golf tournament, school supplies, and weekly folders, and providing teacher grants. Since its inception, the A Plus Federal Credit Union Education Foundation has awarded nearly 200 teacher grants, totaling almost $174,000. Recently, A Plus executed a fun simulation called Mad City Money for 7th graders at Ridgeview Middle School, and they plan to do it again in May at Cedar Valley, and we have a video to show you just a little taste of that event.
This is the first year of Mad City Money. It is all of 7th grade and a couple of 8th graders that are participating in it. It's like a real-life experience where they get to go around and do shopping. You know, they get to shop for a car, get to shop for a house, buy clothes, and get them a feel of what it is to actually be an adult.
I've done like personal budget projects in like our BIM class, but it's not like as hands-on as this one's been. It prepares us because it makes us think about our budget and like how we should be saving our money for like things later in life that we might not be thinking about like right this second.
Yeah, I appreciate what my parents are doing like a lot more now than I used to, because now that I know like they pay all these other things monthly, because I never knew they had to pay for this much stuff. When you look at something, you wouldn't really expect it to cost that much, but then when you actually go up to it and then you're in your parents' shoes actually buying it, or looking at it, it's like, whoa, that's way more expensive, because you actually have a limit and you know the exact limit to your money. But when you're shopping with your parents, it's a lot different because you're sometimes using their money.
When I grew up, there was no such thing as teaching a class where you learn how to be an adult. And that's the one I wish we had this experience where you could go in and see how you can spend the money and see how the salespeople actually go and try and tell you to spend more money than you actually should. And that's what this thing really teaches them.
So this type of event is great for the district and for career and technical education in general. One of the things that we really focus on is real world for our kids. And we want them to have some experiences that really prepare them for what life's like afterwards. So this is a great event in the sense that it's just like you and I have to pay our bills, and unexpected things come. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. And the students are having to figure out how to include that in their budget. It really relates well to our big overall goal in that we want our students to be ready for the real world. We also want them to be ready for, in this case, the finances of that world, whether that be their personal finance, a business, what have you. And so it helps them practice those skills.
We call that #adulting. We'll be teaching it again at Cedar Valley soon. Please join me in welcoming Zenda Bennett, Latricia Bradshaw, Elisa Serena Garrett, I'm sorry, I just asked you how to say it and I messed it up, Gray, OJ Gilder, and Christy Pelletier.
So look over here, please, on 3. 1, 2, and 3. More. Ready, thank you.
And we just want to say thank you again to A+. We couldn't do what we do without our great community partnerships, and that's all we have for recognitions. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item H1, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board and community. The superintendent's report, we do have 4 items. We're going to only do one now before we go to close.
Are we skipping public comment? I missed that.
Oh, we're just going to do with the students right now, because there's students doing this one, and then we're going to do the other one, and we'll come back to the public comments. Is that all right? Okay, thanks. Yeah. Good eye.
So without further ado, I think that was the way to get to the point. So thank you so much, Mr. Moses, for that. And we do have Student Advisory Board. We're very proud of this group. Student leadership, our student voice is so critical, and we're able to have that every year in the district with our Student Advisory Board. So without further ado, Christina Snow, introduce our honored guests.
Good evening, Board. I am very excited to have some representatives from our Student Advisory Board here. This is the first year we've done this, where we have hopefully started a tradition. They'd like to do a year in review for you of what they've been exploring this year. And without any further ado, I'm going to introduce Kevin, our Vice President of the Student Advisory Board.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Kevin Key. I'm current senior at McNeil High School. I'm the Student Council Body President at McNeil High School, and it's been my honor to serve as the Student Advisory Board Vice President for this year. In this presentation, we're going to be just giving a brief reflection of who we are and what we've been working on this year, and we'll conclude with our year-long community service project, which is a proposal for environmental suggestions at Round Rock ISD. So with that being said, who we are, we're basically a committee that's composed of 28 student leaders from across the district. This is middle schools and high schools. And our mission is to basically discuss issues concerning our schools, find similarities and differences, such as school safety, environment improvements, student morale, and academic stress and anxiety. We want to basically foster wellness at these campuses, and through our discussions and meetings once a month, we get together and have a great time at our meetings to work with Dr. Steve Flores as well as Ms. Snow to work on improving these issues. 3 new traditions that we started this year is, like Ms. Snow just mentioned, first is going to be the April Board of Trustees meeting, where we come to y'all and just discuss what we've been doing and how our year's been going. Another new thing is the Glow and Grow cards. These are basically an icebreaker that we implemented at the beginning of every meeting. On this card, you have your celebrations, what's been going good at your schools, concerns, what has been problems or anything that is alarming, and lastly, improvements, where students can input of what they can see, what they think would be ways to improve these concerns. So every member of the board will get one of these Glow and Grow cards where they would fill out at the beginning, discuss with their peers alongside of them to get the discussion going and flowing, and at the very end, we will wrap it together as an entire board and bring these points up. And so that's another tradition we hope to keep going. Last one is the keynote speaker at the World Class Student Leadership Conference. This conference is held by Elsa England Elementary School. It's an annual tradition that they have where elementary school student council leaders all gather together, learn about what student leadership looks like at the next level. And so us Student Advisory Board members were there to give them a taste of what it's like in high school and middle school and beyond. So this is just a quick recap of what our meetings look like. Typically, we're sitting in a rectangular format and have, led by our individual committees, we split us up into smaller subsections where they would discuss and talk about these issues. This is earlier, actually, a month or 2 ago, where we were here thanking the board for everything they do for us and also representing Round Rock ISD students. Then this is the Elementary World Class Leadership Conference, where we talked to elementary kids and introduced them to student leadership at the next level. We also had a representation from John Busey's office, who came to discuss legislative bills that was affecting schools, and so gives us a taste into what it looks like outside of college and high school. And then we also were able to, fortunately, give student input on SRO involvement, the various aspects, and what students thought about this issue. And so with that being said, we're going to jump into our year-long community service project. It's centered around environmental impact and wanting to improve some concerns we've been seeing affecting our schools. We've divided this into 4 individual smaller presentations that are going to be discussed amongst my peers in the back. The first one's going to be campus beautification, led by Kaden and Madeline.
Hello, my name is Madeline Baird. I am student council president at Chisholm Trail, and I'm also co-chairman of service on the student advisory board.
Hi, my name is Caden Brewer, and I'm the junior class president at Cedar Ridge High School.
So, oh wait, did you want to?
Sure. On our campus beautification subcommittee, we decided to focus on our ISD's secondary campuses and maintaining these campuses and like the gardens and landscape around them.
So basically, we think that there's a lot of overgrown plants and weeds, and it's not very good for the curb appeal, and we just feel like that needs to be fixed. And so our proposal, the first one is support for a district-wide beautification day. So just recognizing that, like, a day for each school to have so that they can, like, beautify their campuses. And then our next proposal is...
In addition to support for a district-wide sponsored beautification day, it would be a beautification station, but that's what we're calling it, that would move around the district. It'd be a trailer full of tools that service organizations at these campuses and parent volunteers and just people who want to improve their campus can use to maintain the campus and give it that extra that it needs, I guess.
Yeah. So we got the idea from Ridgeview because they did a beautification day, and also at my school, Chisholm Trail, we are updating our garden, and we don't have a lot of tools to help us, and so we're having to borrow from parents and go to the Round Rock Recycling Center, and it's just a lot of work. And if we had a trailer for the whole the whole district, then it would really help, and it would inspire other places to want to do it too. And so our plan is first to find a business or organization to partner with so that it would take some of the cost off. And also we want to contact schools in order of to know what they need to get done and how we can help them.
And then we'll schedule individualized dates for each campus who's interested, and then publish these details with student organizations and the PTA at each campus, and they'll find volunteers who are interested in coming and doing these projects.
Yeah, and so we'd also want to find low maintenance plants for Texas because it's really hot here, especially in the summer, and there's not always people there to water the plants, and we had to consider that. And so if we find low maintenance plants to go in the gardens, that would be great. And like I was talking about earlier with Ridgeview, they partnered with Love at the Rock. It's a church group, an organization, and so if we found other people to partner with, then that would really help. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Margaret Coffer, and I'm the senior class president at Cedar Ridge High School. Our next topic is recycling. We started with a broad issue statement. We didn't think that all the high schools had large recycling bins. We dug into this. We talked to the leaders at our campus regarding these issues, and we were pleasantly surprised to find out that we did have these large bins at every single campus in our district, which was great, and we're so happy for that. But with this, we also did research about the types of waste we produce in America, and 40% of the waste of schools is still paper. So that's still a problem we would like to combat. When it comes to recycling, we want to ensure that there are small bins and present advertisements to recycle. With new technology being developed in this day and age, we all know that recycling is important and you put paper in the green bin. That's all understood. But there are new technological advances that allow us to recycle even better than we do now. So we just want to make sure that those advancements are presented to our students and are implemented in our school. As our world betters, our schools want to better as well. And with that comes increased awareness for our facilities. The benefits of this would obviously be our natural resources would be conserved, cleans up our campuses, and it shrinks our carbon footprint, which is very large in America. So we just wanted to bring this issue to you so we can always strive to be better with our recycling. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lily Pecoraro, and I'm the student body president of Ridgeview Middle School. Hi, I'm Adi Raja. I'm from Canyon Vista Middle School, and I'm the student council president.
And our group is Reduce. So as Reduce, we were working towards reducing our school's negative environmental output district-wide. So we were quickly drawn to water bottle usage and how that the water bottles can negatively impact our environment. So after doing a variety of research, we found out that Americans use approximately 50 billion plastic water bottles a year. Now, and that contributes to the 46,000 plastic pieces of trash floating in the ocean per square mile. Now, that's some really big numbers. And the annual use of those plastic water bottles releases as much carbon dioxide as 17 million barrels of oil. So, as a solution, we then decided to...
Yeah. So, have you, all of us have been to school, I'm guessing. So have you ever kind of just... hot day, you've been in PE, or you're just having tough time in classes, all you need is a cold drink of water. And you get to that water fountain, and it's just a nasty mouthful of hot water. So our solution is we want to get new, more advanced LK water bottle fillers. We have some at schools right now, like in my school, Canyon Vista, we have 2. And what it does is it not only gives you colder water, but it helps, you can refill your water bottles in there so that you don't have to use more plastic bottles. There's a number counter on the top right, and in our school, we've reused more than 1,000, 2,000 bottles. We're thinking maybe 2 to 3 per campus. It'll be good for high schools and middle schools as you're kind of going through passing periods. Kids just stop by, get a quick drink, or just fill their water bottle. It reduces plastic waste, and it maintains a clear environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morgan Darling, and I am the senior class president at Round Rock High School.
And my name is Chantel Barnes, and I am the student body president at Round Rock High School. And today we'll be talking about reducing paper waste. So first, we're going to start by giving a statistic of computer usage among the districts. So right now, the ratio of students to computers is about 1 to 1.
You're good. And on the graph shown on the screen, there is about 38,000 that use Google products in a school district of 49,000 kids.
So our proposal to you consists of 3 things. First being to push Google Classroom in all classes. We want to do this by advertising the pros of using Google Classroom, putting limits on the amount of copies that teachers are allowed to use, and also making sure that Google Classroom is used throughout every class. Next, we want to ensure that each school has a true 1-to-1 ratio. For example, at Round Rock High School, freshmen, sophomore, and juniors are given laptops. However, seniors must ask for a computer. It's not given unless requested. And then lastly, we want to make paper versions of these, such as progress reports, report cards, and directory books, optional and upon request.
Some benefits with our proposal is it saves Round Rock ISD money and saves teachers time. It would drastically reduce our paper costs, and it would allow teachers instant access to student work. It lowers environmental waste, really lowers our carbon footprint, and students and teachers can have a peace of mind with not having to dig through backpacks looking for papers, and there's no more excuses for students to not turn in work.
Hi. So with that being said, just want to give a huge thank you to the board for listening to our presentation and our proposals. Just want to reiterate that due to time constraints and with our schedule, we didn't really have too much time to go into the deep logistics of it. It was just a proposal, a brief skim over the top of what some things that we noticed and could be worked on and improved on. I just want to conclude with a final round of thanks to Dr. Steve Flores and Ms. Snow for just working with us the entire year, providing food for us at every meeting, and just honestly being really cool people that work with student leaders and make us feel passionate and motivated to incite change in our community in every way that we can. So with that being said, thank you very much, and if there's any questions, we can answer that now.
Thank you very much. Ms. Vesta, do you have a question?
So thank you so much for your presentation. I got to go to a couple of your board meetings, and that was really fun. I just had a question on the water bottle filling stations. Did you guys survey the district in terms of how many are actually installed district-wide? Because I know the campuses I'm familiar with all have them probably to the ratio that you're asking for.
They did not have a chance to do that. We went off of their observations at their individual campuses, and they are hoping to see just, again, that would be something if you all are interested in as a district staff, we could look into further and get you those numbers. But these were going off of their observations, just informally.
Okay. Any other comments? I don't see any lights on, but okay, Mr. Moses.
I just want to again, thank y'all for just the work you do and the commitment you make to representing your fellow students across the district. This is a really great opportunity. I'm glad that we get to do this for our students. I want to thank again Ms. Snow for leading this. And it got me thinking as I was looking at this water bottle. It's like the third one I've had since I've been here. I'm like, I need one of those green tubs underneath here. I can just drop these in. That'd be really, really great. And I really love the idea of the beautification days. Those are just, our schools are really, I think, the front door or the doormat of our communities. And so if we can just actually make those look great, be welcoming, inviting, that's just I just love that idea. So again, I just hope that y'all got a lot out of it this year. Hope you encourage others to apply. And again, just thank you for the time commitment that y'all made to this.
Thank you.
And I'll say the same thing. Thank you for your presentation, your work. I know it's extra work on top of all your homework you have to do and everything else, but get together. Thank goodness it's during the day, and you hopefully get a excused absence for doing this. But I do think it is worthwhile, everything you put on there. And, of course, it's a global issue that you're bringing up, but, the beautification of our campuses is critical. We're working so hard to freshen up and, of course, watch our expenses, but I was involved in the green team at Deepwood Elementary for a few years, and Chisholm Trail. We had to do the same thing. And every year, new people come in. It gets better every year. So I'm grateful to see that. So with that, thank you for your help, for your time.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, board members, now we'll go to agenda item G, public comments. That's all right with everybody. We have, I think, 10 that are not on the agenda. And I think I'm going to just recap this brief statement real quick. Each meeting, we get 3 minutes. We're going to watch this real strict. Ms. Gonzalez is going to be the timekeeper at 30 seconds. If you'll just say 30 seconds, Ms. Gonzalez, so we'll know we're going to watch the time closely. Keep your comments civil. Don't mention anybody's name in public, any students or staff. And whether we cannot comment on what's being said here, pro or con, just so you know that legally we can't respond to it. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and call the first two up. And these are not on the agenda. Mr. Schmidt, David G. Schmidt, and then after that be Mercedes Perry.
Good evening, President Chadwell and members of the board. 2 years ago, at the regular board meeting in April, I spoke to this board for the first time. Like then and now, I have my two daughters with me, Christiana and Tricia. Both are students in the district. I used my time to introduce myself and share just a little of who I was and my life experiences and concerns about the school district. In my remarks, I stated I spend time as a volunteer, a watchdog, I don't go to cocktail parties, and I mow my own lawn. I don't claim to know what's best for your kids, but I do know what's best for mine. But what I do know is I have reached my limits on excessive spending. Trustee Place 4 is passionate about school finance. I'm passionate about wasteful spending. We may have a revenue problem. But our ability to create new ways to spend money that we don't have is a bigger one. Since that first meeting, I've had an opportunity to meet most of you board members, and some of you have got to know me. I participated in a district-guided process called the Strategic Plan Refresh. I also volunteered to serve on the Citizens Bond Committee and was selected to serve in leadership. Over the last 2 years, last November, I was one of 11 candidates in the most recent school board election. I nearly won my race. My name was not first on the ballot. There were 4 other candidates for that place, for that place 4 seat. I lost to the place 4 current trustee. What's more important to me was the defeat of the incumbent. He and others on the dais voted in June to form a district police department. I sent this message to the board just before the June 21st vote. Quote, I've already shared my concerns with you about the formation of a district police department. One of these days, you might understand the electorate. The polls run on Nextdoor have said no police department. I'm out of the country, but paying close attention.
30 seconds.
This is a group.
Yeah. Okay.
The backlash from the wrong choice will make the Stuart Salvaggi appointment look like a cakewalk. 3 of the board members that voted yes for the formation of the police department are gone. There are 2 more to go. And Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, is 565 days away. This community, for the first time in years, has a fully elected school board. Some of you initially were appointed, but all have now faced the electorate. You were elected to be the guardians of our children and good stewards of our tax dollars. I plan to continue to stay involved. I'm here. I've outlasted my fellow candidates, except for the current trustee in place 4. I've even outlasted the Round Rock Chamber president, who found it necessary to take to Twitter that he mows his own lawn. I also learned that the Chamber doesn't have cocktail parties, they call them social hours. I'm encouraged by the dialogue on the dais. I hope some of the suggestions related to streamlining of board meetings might be implemented. Might I suggest you hold some town hall meetings to hear from the public as other districts do? In closing, I want to thank each board member for your service. You have some tough decisions to make. The community is watching. And my t-shirt states, I'm primed and ready for 2020. I'm David G. Schmidt, not to be confused with the other David Schmidts in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Next will be Mercedes Perry. And this one is self. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Short. Hi, hello. Hello, representatives of the board. To all of you, I am here today to represent an anonymous Round Rock ISD teacher. So I'm going to begin now. I'm a teacher of 7 years now. In regards to the implementation of the Safety and Security Task Force, I strongly disagree with the belief that our schools will be more protected. I have taught on 3 different campuses in Round Rock ISD and have befriended many of our SROs, but I do not believe that more policing is a solution to our needs. In fact, I believe it will serve as kindling to only increase the issues our schools face. Our students don't need more surface-level corrective actions and enforcers. Our students don't need more surface-level corrective actions and enforcers. Students need professionals who can help them dig deeper into troubling or harmful behavior. In fact, professional counselors can even be active and fruitful in prevention, which is the most desirable. We would make better use of time and money to equip our campuses with counselors with various areas of focus: mental health, self-harm, grief, behavior analysis, substance abuse, and PTSD. This type of action would be truly world-class, as opposed to a system that has already proven time and time again to be unfair to minority students. Secondly, our school district does not have the capacity or the resources to oversee another department of this magnitude. Any inconsistencies in the implementation of this task force will harm the students directly, not the administrators, not the teachers, not the school board members, but the students, our students. The students are always the ones who suffer when overreaching or inefficient, poor decisions are made on their behalf. And to be more specific, it is students of color who will suffer the most. Students of color are hugely at risk of harm with increased policing. This fact is undeniable. This fact is undeniable, as it has been proven time and time again. I know There have been claims that officers will engage in diversity training, but at what level? And who will hold them accountable?
30
Teachers
seconds.
complete compliance training all the time, but those online quizzes simply serve as another box to check on the list of things to do in case school districts are sued. Where is the proof of effectiveness? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Next up will be Mary Carol Kaufman, and then after that it'll be Elizabeth Wilson. Both will be speaking for self, I think.
Good evening. My name is Mary Carol Kaufman. I moved to Round Rock ISD in 2005. I live in the Westwood feeder pattern. I'm here this evening as a participant in the Round Rock Dyslexia Group. I've had a child with dyslexia in Round Rock ISD. That child is now an adult. Today, if a Round Rock parent is worried about dyslexia and searches for it on the district's website, they will land on a page titled Dyslexia with a subtitle Dyslexia Services in Round Rock ISD. When you look at this page, what stands out are the names of 9 district employees who have the following job titles: Dyslexia Specialist, Dyslexia Evaluator, and Dyslexia Interventionist. None of these 9 people, at least when I checked a month ago on TEA's certificate lookup site, are either certified or licensed by the state of Texas to diagnose dyslexia. In our state, only educational diagnosticians, licensed specialists in school psychology, licensed psychologists, and medical doctors are credentialed to diagnose dyslexia. In fact, the dyslexia staff listed on the page are part of the district's Response to Intervention Team, or RTI for short. But the district's diagnosticians and psychologists who are credentialed to fully evaluate and diagnose dyslexia are part of the district's special education team. There are no links between the district RTI and special education website pages. The average parent searching on the district's website would never know that a full individual evaluation done by a properly credentialed professional is even available for their child. Dyslexia is a diagnosis found in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, a directory of psychological diagnoses. The directory is published by the American Psychiatric Association. Dyslexia is also a disorder listed in federal law, the same law that qualifies an eligible student for specialized instruction, related services, and a free, appropriate public education. Under that law, dyslexia is listed as a specific learning disability. There are roughly 5,000 dyslexic students in the district.
30 seconds.
The educational resources and accountability available to parents and their children under this federal law are substantial. RTI has none of those resources or protections. Round Rock ISD's website purposefully directs parents worried about dyslexia to RTI screenings, RTI identifications, and RTI assessments. These are not the same thing as a full individual evaluation conducted by credentialed professionals that meet the criteria of federal law. Failure to provide full individual evaluations, specifically to students suspected of having dyslexia, is one of the practices called out by the U.S. Department of Education that must stop in our state, and it needs to stop in our district.
Thank you,
We
Ms.
want
Kaufman.
the website changed, please.
Okay, thank you. Up
Thank
next
you.
will be Elizabeth Wilson. After that will be Karen Elliott. Again, I'm going to ask that we stick to the 3 minutes for courtesy of everybody else. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Wilson. I'm a member of the group Educators in Solidarity, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of a Round Rock ISD educator. In regards to the implementation of the Safety and Security Task Force, this is the type of measure that cannot be undone. Once this task force is set into motion, there is no turning back. These types of systems are ones that will be difficult to repeal. We should be seeking avenues of change that do not model a school-to-prison pipeline, but rather seek progression in addressing the needs of our students, our teachers, and our schools in ways that connect us to our humanity rather than separate it. It is ignorant to believe that a long-standing, racially biased system can be implemented without any baggage.
In our efforts to truly be world class, we should be the flagship of leaving the old and broken systems behind and blazing a new path for meeting our students' needs in a way that is 100% equitable and beneficial to all students. As an educator who loves their school and their community, I am asking you to consider a better way. There is a stronger way to achieve the desired outcome. You only need to be brave enough to seek it out. Isn't this what we preach? To be the world-class destination district? If so, we must think past this small-minded proposal and find a path that will create long-lasting positive change. Sincerely, a Round Rock ISD educator.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Next is Karen Elliott, and after that will be Kiwana Pitts.
It's me, right?
You're next.
Okay.
That's right. I'm just bringing up the next one.
Okay. Good evening, trustees, Dr. Flores. My name is Karen Elliott. I have been a volunteer in the Round Rock School District since 2001. I have 3 children that have either graduated or will graduate from Westwood High School. I began as a volunteer in the classroom and eventually became more involved through PTA at all of my children's campuses, and I served on the Council of PTAs for 4 years. I'm also a proud mentor to a 5th grade student at a Title I school. I have been appointed by trustees and district administration to serve on committees, including the SHAC, the Student Health Advisory Council. I'd been appointed to campus administration to interview like principals and assistant principals. I've been on a committee to evaluate class rank, and I was appointed to the Strategic Planning Initiative. I had signed up for Leadership Round Rock in 2017, but that program was canceled mid-year, so I did not get to finish. I volunteered for the 2017 and 2018 CBC, the Citizens Bond Committee, and most recently the Round Rock ISD PD Task Force. My purpose into coming to you today is to talk about the process of these so-called community committees. When I volunteered for the 2017 bond, I was very excited. I knew from previous bonds and in talking to volunteers that I would have the opportunity to visit various campuses and to talk to campus leaders and teachers to bring forth recommendations for all campuses in this district. What I found was that the district seemed to have a plan that just needed the rubber stamp approval of the CBC. In order to have campus visits and interviews, central office was often scrambling to find dates and times that often didn't work out for campus personnel or even the CBC volunteers. Questions for central office often went unanswered or were delayed. Fast forward to the time I have given the PD task force. So many similarities. Volunteers give countless hours of personal time in hopes to be heard. The police task force, in my experience, is just another initiative looking for a rubber stamp approval that appears to have community support. Through the process, it was evident that the district already had a plan for the PD and a police chief. And as this process comes to a close, the district has become an entity in which third parties have no interest in collaborating, which is worrisome.
30 seconds.
I became a volunteer to serve the Round Rock ISD community. The child with no voice, that was me 30 years ago. That is why I serve. Whether it's a single parent, unable to attend meetings, or language barrier in our community, there are students out there with concerns and interests that need to be addressed. If the district's goal is to tire out these longtime volunteers to acquire the rubber stamp approval that they desire, he is winning.
Time. Thank you, Ms. Elliott.
What a disservice to our underrepresented students and taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And next up is Ms. Pitts, and then after that will be Fabian Cuero. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Flores. I am standing here on behalf. I had planned to write out like something and have it all ready, and I started. My name is Kiwana Pitts. I stand here as a Black parent. I stand here as a community member, and I stand here as a person who has rose to a challenge that was presented to me probably a year ago, maybe a little more, but a former trustee, he kind of made an observation. We were having a conversation, and he said he goes around to a lot of events, and where are the Black parents that come out to these events? And I was like, we're here. And I'm always wondering, where other parents are. We are here in the district, and I took that as a challenge to get together and, do some self-work And one thing, I signed up for Leadership Round Rock, and I am a part of that now. And I'm just getting involved, and so because I'm trying to form a partnership with the district, and I just wanted to say that, hey, I'm listening to you guys. I would like to have conversations around equity. And that's one thing, like, I know the police task or the safety task force is up today. And one thing that I really would like for that to be viewed through the lens of an equity lens. And as a concern as a black parent for our black students in this district, I just need it to be viewed. I mean, all the information that's going to be presented today to, like, let's take that equity lens when we are discussing and thinking about the options going forward for our district.
Okay,
That's
thank you,
it.
Ms. Pitts. Okay. Next up is Fabian Cuero, and after that will be Trip Siebold. And are you with the group? Okay.
We are.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, trustees, members of the audience. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Before I get started, I did want to begin by saying that I'm encouraged from all the folks that have spoken on behalf of the racial inequalities and the racism that continues to plague this district, especially for students and families of color, especially the folks that have commented on recognizing and acknowledging and trying to change their own personal bias. I know that's hard to do, so just want to commend them. But that's not what I'm here. I'm here because we as a family want to thank a few folks. The young man that you see here will be graduating
Okay, so he'll be graduating in May from Stony Point High School. And I want to say thank you to a few people. You might be wondering what's special about that. You see, when he was 2 years old, he was diagnosed with PDD-NOS, a form of autism. And shortly after, he came into the district through the PPCD program at Double Fell Trail with the help of Ms. Kelly Johnson. He was speech delayed with behavioral issues, and anyone who has a child with autism knows that every day is a challenge. So we partnered with the staff to come up with strategies to address his issues with the help of Mr. Jason Lane, who was a speech therapist at the district at the time, Phyllis Morrison, Ms. Judy Gromer, Ms. Abby Duffy. We got him closer to his goals. Everyone from the principal to the bus driver played a significant role in his development. You ready?
That's my my cleanup man, lady. All right. So at Hernandez, we again had a team of folks like Mr. Travis Mutcher, Ms. Amber Loftus, and Ms. Jennifer Grigorczyk, who made the necessary modifications so that he can continue to develop both socially and academically. We also saw a number of meltdowns decline. And finally, at Stony Point, we saw him flourish into a young man, thanks to the commitment and the care of Mr. Principal Anthony Watson, Ms. Toby Bermudez, Mr. Steve Gradney, Mr. Ryan White. They were devoted ensuring his accommodations fit his goals, and other staff members actually tracked them. Now, we would be lying if we told you that everything was rosy and peachy and puppy love, but unfortunately, that was not the case. We had some pushback on some teachers. For example, a teacher told us that the best that she could do was for us to look at home access, and then she shrugged her shoulders when we asked her, to just be a little bit more forthcoming, a little bit more, take more actions into our hands and include us in the discussion. But that gave us an opportunity to kind of understand what he needed and grow. And so we use that as a means of getting him the help he needed. We also want to acknowledge the teachers who pushed him to make all the changes that he needed, so that he could succeed. All the case managers, the admins, the teachers, the paraprofessionals, everyone who were catalysts in this young man's life. Our family would really like to thank you. Thank you for challenging him.
30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you for supporting him. Thank you for being patient with him. Thank you for not taking it personal. But most of all, thank you for treating him as a person. With that, we would like to invite you and the community to the first bed celebration happening at Stony Point next week, April 25th at 7 p.m. Thank you and have a great Easter weekend.
Okay, thank you. Up next is Trip Seabold and then Tiffany Harris after that.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy I'm speaking towards the end tonight. I'm very moved by everybody's speeches so far. Last month, I spoke on a topic that's highly stigmatized in the hopes of ending the stigma. Tonight, I'm speaking on another stigmatized topic, money. Money matters. Personal outcomes for our students depend on their ability to manage time and money. Truly understanding money is a critical life skill. Parents, I want you to talk with your children about your financial decisions. Bring it up at dinner conversations or when you're just commuting together with your children. Give them the opportunity to ask questions. As they ask questions, they'll learn, and so will you. It gives the opportunity for you to reflect on your own financial decisions. And your children might ask things you don't expect. Ending the stigma surrounding money begins as a family unit. April is Financial Literacy Awareness Month. Make discussing money a year-long practice. Our school district measures student outcomes as a percentage of students who are enrolling in college. I ask that we measure further out in time than that. What percentage of students are completing college? Are our graduates happy 10 years or 20 years after they've graduated high school? What level of financial stress do they feel? Superintendent, I urge you to create a mandatory financial literacy course for all of our students. Get creative. Integrate teaching money in our math curricula across all grade levels. Empower those within your staff to make the necessary changes. The change begins right here, right now. Adulting is hard in these modern times. Let's prepare our students with one less thing for them to struggle with. Raise the bar. Equip our students with knowledge and skills so they can succeed in life beyond school. My name is Trip Seabold. My wish for our students, grow strong and thrive.
Thank you, Mr. Seabold. Next up is Tiffany Harris. This will be our last speaker for the topics not on the agenda.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Round Rock Black Parents Association, and in partnership, my group is here. One second, please. Yes. Good evening. My name is Tiffany Harrison, and I am a marketing teacher at Round Rock High School. I am also a proud graduate of Round Rock ISD schools. There are a few things that you should know about me. I'm a wild dreamer and a creator. I'm a co-creator of Dragon Nation, Dragon Print Shop, the district's only student-run wide-format design and print facility, the Round Rock High School Equity, Diversity, and Inclusivity Committee, and the Black Student Union at Round Rock High School. I am a two-time Teacher of the Year. I am on both the District Safety and Security and Equity Task Forces. I believe that parent-teacher partnerships are powerful and that there should be representation at policy and decision-making tables for those who are most greatly impacted by the outcomes. 2 weeks ago, I attended the Summit on Race in America. I was able to hear Brian Stevenson, the founder and director of the Equal Justice Initiative. Mr. Stevenson said that there is something powerful and redemptive about truth-telling, and it is for that reason that I stand before you here today. While Round Rock ISD is a district filled with wonderfully gifted students and kind and supportive parents, there is a cancer that I'm asking you, as the Board of Trustees, to address. In November of 2018, during an Equity Task Force meeting, I expressed that I do not always feel safe as a person of color in this district, but particularly speaking my truth or advocating for students and staff members of color. The response from our superintendent was that if I don't feel safe, it is my job to make myself feel safe. We were also told that if we were not here for all students, perhaps we should leave. This is not the response I would expect to hear from someone who is tasked with the safety and security for all students and staff in Round Rock ISD. Mr. Stevenson said that sometimes we have to position ourselves in uncomfortable places to be a witness. As you have witnessed over the past few months, there are a number of staff members who have spoken via proxy by Educators in Solidarity. I would like to speak for myself, my own truth, even though I fear that this makes me a target of abuse and retribution in our district. I feel that speaking on record is important for accountability. As a member of the Safety and Security Task Force, this response from our district leader makes me concerned for the ability of our leadership to protect our most vulnerable students and teachers with our own police department. Almost exactly 1 year ago today, Black parents and students stood before the board asking that you work to address issues of racial inequity. They have been symbolically granted seats at the table, but today I am asking for more. As you make policy review committees, please consider who has input into those policies through an racial equity lens. As you make decisions, engage parents, students, and teachers of color at all levels for input, insight, and most of all, for expertise. The Round Rock Black Parents Organization was just part of a national design collaborative in partnership with the Teachers Guild, IDEO, Learning Heroes, the Carnegie Foundation, EdSurge, and more. This design collaborative was centered around parent-teacher partnership. We were able to dream and co-create solutions around lifting every voice. I am asking that you partner with the work that we are already doing to build richer outcomes for students of color, which translates to collective success for all students in our district. I am asking that Round Rock ISD recognize the lived experiences of students and staff of color in our district. I am asking that the board take courageous steps in involving willing stakeholders to address the issues of institutional racism and inequity that have been brought before you each month for the past year. From the dais, you may have felt our pain. You may have felt our anger, our impatience. Please know that our lives are in the balance, which is the impetus behind our advocacy. Equity requires a shift in power. We are poised and ready to help address the issues this district is facing. And to the superintendent who so deeply wounded me and caused me to feel unsafe with such careless words, I'd like to repair that fracture. I've requested several meetings with you over the past year and would like my request to be granted with expediency. Mr. Stevenson said that in a broken system, people in power are often unwilling to get close. I implore you to draw close to those who have stood before you asking for justice. Meet with us. Let's build a relationship to address these issues with commitment and fidelity. We can find the courage to talk honestly about our past so that we can have the bright and beautiful future that we desire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Okay. Those are all our public comments section. We need to go back into closed session. If you'd like, we can go ahead and do the, want to go back in there now? We don't know how long we'll be in there, or we can go ahead and agenda item I-1, the safety and security. You want to do that? Take our comments there and hear the presentation? Because we have a lot of speakers. We have some speakers on that as well. Okay? With that? All right, we do have some speakers. We'll take the speakers first, and then we'll take the presentation. Is that right, Dr. Flores? And then, okay. So we're going to go to agenda item I-1, Safety and Security Task Force Update. And with that, we have 3 speakers. After that, we'll go to the presentation. So the first up is Mr. Schmidt again. Is that right? This time you're speaking for yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening. In a little while, you're going to hear an update from the Safety and Security Task Force. I'm concerned by the makeup of this task force. I'm asking the board investigate the process of how members were selected. If the superintendent who wants his own police department selects leadership and hand selects the task force members, isn't the process flawed? I've watched the push by the district for its own police department. It began before the first public presentation. In a presentation made to the board during the May 2017 workshop, the Director of Safety and Security presented the board 3 options. Option 1, continue the relationship with the current law enforcement agencies. Option 2, contract with the Williamson County for sheriff services for all of our schools. And option 3, create your own police department. I would suggest that all the task force members review the presentation of the May 11, 2017 board workshop. The power presentation is still on the district website. After I listened to the presentations, my first thoughts were if Chief Banks wants out of our current partnership, it's time to replace Chief Banks. I now understand the issue is much greater than the chief. The city manager and mayor have made ending the SRO program a top priority. They have determined that advocating the responsibility of the safety of our school children is a top priority. Let me say that again. The city manager and mayor have made ending the SRO program a top priority. They have determined that abdicating the responsibility of the safety of our school children is a top priority. As citizens who pay the taxes to fund schools and government, we should all be concerned. What are the true issues? Why is it that the top administration of the Round Rock ISD has such a difficult time forging and maintaining partnerships with other agencies? Elected officials will be held accountable, and hired employees can be fired. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next up will be Marshall Sprigg, and then after that will be Miss Oldham. Mr. Sprigg? Okay, Miss Oldham.
Last May, I presented to the previous board a fact check of false claims made repeatedly and publicly by top district officials with regard to its proposal to establish its own ISD-controlled police department. I'm with a group. Where's my group? You want to reset? This fact check tonight is more complex than my previous one. I'll point to just a few items. It's all on an USB drive, including my May 2018 fact check, and all of you will receive one of those this evening so that you too will have the information that I have. We've been told that an ISD police department would be limited to enforcing Texas law, and of course, ISD cops wouldn't get involved with school discipline. Marked up versions of the 2018-2019 contract between the Wilco Sheriff and District indicate that the district pressed to include language that would require Wilco SROs to enforce school rules and district policy in addition to Texas law. The sheriff's office rightly pushed back. Since the district wants cops to be school disciplinarians, we can assume that that will be the case in an ISD-controlled police department. There's an email from the sheriff to the district superintendent. Quote, "It sounds as if we are being used to justify the ISD PD. Please correct this immediately." Another is a February 2019 request for a Wilco SRO at Canyon Vista, which is located in Travis County. You may recall district officials falsely claiming that Wilco SROs could not legally cover schools in Travis County. Obviously, the district knew its claim was untrue. That claim, by the way, originally arose from an email sent to the task force by a then candidate for the Director of Safety and Security, who is widely speculated to be the ISD police chief in waiting. You will hear from Safety and Security task force leaders tonight. The slide deck refers to them as co-chairs. Those titles are not accurate. There is a chair and a vice chair, and this distinction matters. Co-chairs have equal authority. Documents in the Wilco Sheriff's records production through my open records request indicate that the vice chair and some district staffers excluded the chair, the elected chair, from many emails and activities. It also appears from emails produced that one or two task force members were apparently acting under district direction. Anecdotally, I was told that the chair and task force members first learned from an email on the task force share drive, or one that was shared, about a one-on-one meeting the vice chair had set up with the county judge. Subsequent to that meeting, the county judge completely reversed his longstanding position about the district having its own police department. Some of you might want to ask about that meeting tonight. We've heard the district state that the task force is citizen-led and that members applied to serve on the task force, but neither of those claims are entirely accurate either. The elected task force chair told board members that her feeling was that the district had been running the task force from the start. It appears she is correct. According to a response received from the district as a result of another open records request I filed, there was no task force application form, no application process, and no applications submitted. Round Rock ISD Open Records did not produce the applicant list to which the district-appointed task force vice chair referred to in January when describing to the board how he and the district-appointed former chair selected task force members last summer. According to the public information received via Open Records, the district proactively invited people it sought to serve on the task force. Email threads from some of the invited individuals strongly indicate that invitees hadn't previously raised their hands to volunteer for the task force. Many citizens sent timely emails to express their desire to serve, according to the public information that I received from the district. But at the time, the district almost immediately advised that the task force had already reached its membership capacity. None of this chicanery comes as a surprise to those of us who have served on a district committee or task force previously. Board members may want to consider starting over in this entire process because so far it appears that it has been a complete sham from the start.
Thank you, Ms. Oldham. All right. We'll go to the presentation. Agenda item I-1, Safety and Security Task Force update. Dr. Flores.
Yes, I do think tonight's presentation is the second presentation with the task force. So with that, Dr. Presley, who's been part of this from the start as a guide on the side, but tonight he'll introduce the topic, and then we're glad to hear the second report. So with that, Dr. Presley.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, President Chadwell, members of the board. I'd like to begin to thank all the folks who have given many, many hours to this process to serve on this task force. If you're here tonight and you served on the task force, would you please stand and be recognized? We appreciate your involvement and your time and your effort. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Seth Flowers and Lisa Moore, who've been leading the task force, and they have an update for the board tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Hello. Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Flores. This is our progress report to you. If you will recall, at several of our last meetings, we were advised if we were not able to make the recommendations as per the resolution for an April 18th presentation of recommendations, that we were asked to please give a progress report. And so this evening, we are doing just that. We are giving you a progress report. If you will notice on the timeline here, June the 21st was the initial adoption of the resolution, and at that time it was very different. It said the Round Rock ISD administration, in further collaboration with our local law enforcement partners and while engaging our community, may proceed with the hiring of a chief of police to further explore and begin the establishment and implementation of the Round Rock ISD PD. August the 21st, meeting number 1, Chair Katrina Plummer and Co-Chair Seth Flowers. Ms. Plummer resigned from the task force September the 29th. December the 17th was our meeting number 7. Lisa Moore was nominated by task force member to replace Ms. Plummer as chair. It was motioned and approved. February the 19th, 2019, the board adopts a resolution revision. The Round Rock ISD Board of Trustees hereby determines that further exploration is needed to determine the proper school safety strategies and hereby authorizes the continued exploration and consideration of the establishment of a Round Rock ISD PD and or other school safety strategies. And at that time, what you requested from us was to give you 3 to 5 recommendations regarding the safety and security of the students and teachers of Round Rock ISD. At that time, that resolution asked us to deliver that to you by April the 18th. Sorry. Meeting number 4, October the 22nd, police compensation estimates by Dr. Presley and Mr. De La Rosa. Formation, operation costs associated with ISD police departments. Mr. Yarbrough, at that time, Chief Yarbrough was present and made a presentation. Meeting number 5, November the 13th, we had scheduled presentations from Measure Austin. Texas Appleseed was able to attend at that time, and there was an addition added to our agenda, Mr. Nelson Linder from the NAACP. Between the meetings, task force members answered surveys and conducted in preparation for meeting number 6. Meeting number 6, December the 3rd, task force members worked in table groups. First, to develop a set of recommendations they would like to make to the board, requests for additional speakers, research and data. In our previous report to you at the special called meeting back in January, we did say we felt like that this was really the first time that we got to talk to each other, and this is where we really feel like our work started. We really feel like we gelled at this time and started really doing some real work. Meeting number 7, December the 17th, we had a full meeting from Texas Appleseed, presentation, Q&A. Meeting number 8, January the 14th, we had school resource officer panel and Q&A session with secondary principals, and we had Q&A with school resource officer panel and secondary principals panel. At this meeting, Sheriff Chody did come, and he spoke to us briefly to the task force, and at that time he stated Wilco's commitment to continued services to Round Rock ISD for coverage, but there were no details at that time. And we continue to have table group discussions. January the 18th was a student advisory board meeting. Task force facilitators attended the student advisory board meeting and asked students what they know about SROs, what they and other students think about SROs, as well as the potential benefits and challenges of having SROs in the schools. The task force needs more student input. We do not believe this to be comprehensive enough, and so that is definitely one of our concerns. Meeting number 9, January the 28th, public safety expert Gary Oldham gave a presentation on school safety and importance of systems and structures for improving overall safety. The members discussed avenues for additional community engagement, and the draft revision for the resolution that was shared by the Board of Trustees at the January 18th meeting, a special called meeting, was discussed and reviewed by our task force at that time. And the news crew from HBO's Vice was in attendance at that meeting as well. Just to let you know, everyone who's come and give us a presentation, that's in our Google Drive. Various research data has been put into our Google Drive and is part of our compilation of our research as well. Meeting number 10, and everyone, like I said, everyone's presentation we have as well in our Google Drive. Meeting number 10, February the 11th. David Osman, Round Rock ISD Director of Research and Evaluation, gave us a detailed explanation of the district's discipline data and disproportionality. There was a panel of assistant principals who also served in the district's equity task force, provided further information on discipline issues. As you will recall in our first report to you, we had said that we've been asking for data and for information from the school about various things. And so this February meeting was the first time that we really got that, and the first time that we really had it all explained to us, and where we were able to have a question and answer by someone who was able to really answer our questions and to decipher the data and the statistics that were there. Meeting number 11, February the 25th. This meeting began with deep discussion by the members on the direction for our recommendations. We also had the district's counseling services department provide us a presentation on counseling and mental health services, followed by a Q&A session by task force members with the counseling services department representative. This was also the meeting where we developed what we call our non-negotiables, and you're going to hear more about that here shortly. That also was a very good meeting where we brainstormed quite a bit and talked about a lot of things that were very important. Meeting number 12, March the 11th. We had a working session with a discussion focus on training, standards of coverage, oversight, restorative practices, and jurisdiction questions and issues. Meeting number 13, March 25th. Prior to this March 25th meeting, March the 20th, Seth Flowers, myself, and Board of Trustee Weir met with Williamson County Judge Bill Gravel Jr. at his office regarding Williamson County Sheriff's Office continued coverage for Round Rock ISD. Mr. Flowers reached out to get this discussion started. There was some discussion between us and the Board of Trustees about doing this. We definitely wanted to have Board of Trustee Weir at that meeting and represent, be there as well. And so that meeting happened prior to the 25th. At that meeting, we got a commitment from Judge Gravel to come and talk to our whole task force. Also at this meeting, we brainstormed on options, we continued brainstorming on options, including pros and cons for a combination SRO, civilian safety personnel, ISD, police department, Williamson County providing all coverage, no SROs, only security personnel. Those are some of our things we started to brainstorm about. Meeting number 14, April the 8th. Jeffrey Yarbrough, Round Rock ISD's new Director of Safety and Security for Round Rock ISD, gave an overview of the elite model he had presented in his capacity as Chief of Bastrop ISD Police. He gave that presentation to us early on in one of our meetings, and that was reviewed at the April 8th meeting. And also at that meeting is when Williamson County Judge Bill Gravel Jr. spoke to the task force about the Sheriff Office abilities and limitations of providing coverage for the entire district. The task force continued to discuss recommendations for the board and discussed what task force members wanted to be shared in this April 18th Board of Trustees update. The non-negotiables. As you recall, we spent quite a bit of time at a meeting, and then we've talked about these. These have come up at every meeting that we have talked about. And the task force has determined and feels adamantly that any recommendation made and solution implemented by the Board of Trustees must recognize, address, and or adhere to the following concerns, principles that are being fully developed. These are not fully developed, so these are in progress. Institutional racism, disproportionate outcomes for students of color and special needs. Recognizing this has historically been a district-wide issue, aside from but also with law enforcement. Restorative practices, building on models already being used in Round Rock ISD. And again, this is not exhaustive lists. Equity, need for equal coverage throughout Round Rock ISD at each campus, between and within each feeder pattern, and then in turn at each level in the feeder pattern. Equitable access to all services and recommendations across the district. Mental health, increased mental health services for students and families. Possible inclusion of mental health specialists with law enforcement teams. Support for counseling centers proposed by Round Rock ISD Counseling Services. Continued training for law enforcement, training levels beyond what is required by law in such areas as emotional behavioral management, law enforcement specialized instructor training via TCOL, tactical and alert training and emergency management. Continued training for campus staff and educators in similar issues to include restorative practices and information about other district and or local services, mental health, social work, physical health, etc. Independent Oversight Committee, Advisory Board for Board of Trustees and Administration during and after implementation, Community Oversight for Law Enforcement Program by Standing Committee with regular meetings, detailed tracking of all offenses, criminal and administrative, with disclosure, ensuring law enforcement needs are continuing to be met through the research of underlying issues and development of other alternative plans of action, current and immediate need for community input, concerns among some about a lack of transparency from the district administration and board of trustees. We call these the non-negotiables because that's exactly what they are, non-negotiables. And once again, we are still building these out and developing these. And I believe the way that we have talked about how these will be used is that we would like to overlay these on every recommendation that we give to you. And how they overlay, they will result in positives and negatives for the recommendation. So, but these are the non-negotiables, and these are all things when you look at them. If you look at them and study them, which we'll ask you to do after tonight, you've got this bit of information. These are all in the control of the district, for the most part. These non-negotiables, we believe. Concerns moving forward. The task force also wishes to ensure that the district truly considers the concerns of the community when implementing a solution. We should be proactively tackling the underlying causes as opposed to treating the symptoms. Providing mental health support and services to our students and families is paramount. We should be timely transitioning and positioning ourselves to get this right. Allowing for broad community input to get an accurate beat on the pulse of those disproportionately impacted by a potential shift in law enforcement presence in our schools will go a long way towards dispelling any lack of trust while simultaneously increasing the transparency that is desperately needed within the district and this administration. The task force has yet to have any community engagement, and we believe that this input is vital in order to finalize any recommendations to the Board of Trustees. This also includes additional student engagement across the district. We are hopeful that this can happen very soon. Questions?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you for that. I have a quick question for you. Back on page 7, you said option toward the bottom, meeting number 14. Was it? Meeting number 13, the very last, second to last line. No SROs, only security personnel. Would you define what security personnel is? That like walkie-talkies? What does that mean?
We're still working on that. I mean, This was brainstorming. That was brainstorming.
But those aren't officers. They're not peace officer licensed. Are they? Do they have? Is it kind of a middle ground authority? Is that just your general idea right now?
General idea right now.
Thank you. Mr. Math and Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all the task force members. I've watched at least the last 10 of them, and I know a lot of work has...
We're a small and close-knit group at this point.
I've noticed. So I agree that we need community involvement. Do you have any recommendations for how we should solicit that community involvement?
Our task force would really like to have, like a town hall kind of thing. We would like for them to, we'd like to be face-to-face with the community and get input from them. We want to see them. We want to hear from them. Yeah. You want to give some, yeah.
So we've talked about several different options, and I apologize if I'm trying to talk low because I can't really hear because my allergies are messed up tonight. But we've talked about several different options, one being a town hall. We've also talked about putting some stuff out on social media, developing some questions to put out on social media to kind of get a generalized response. But there has not been anything solidified as of yet. The number one thing probably has been discussed has been a town hall meeting.
Okay, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you both. Thank you to the entire task force. I was a part of it. I tried not to be vocal and tried to just watch and not participate. But as I said before, you really pulled back the onion and started looking at things in a much deeper dive into the issues. And I think some really good conversations came out of that. And I applaud you for not stopping it and letting it continue to free flow like it did. Couple of questions. Non-negotiables. So when I think of a negotiable, I think of two people or a group of people sitting on opposite ends trying to come to some sort of agreement. So I might have non-negotiables, and that's going to make me walk away from the table because you're not meeting my negotiables. You're not meeting my needs. So tell me why you came up with those words.
I believe that, and once again, I'm going to be speaking for the task force.
Sure.
But I'm not speaking for the task force, but I am speaking for the task force. What we mean by this is that these must apply. You must apply these overarching principles. We believe, so in other words, what we believe, these are non-negotiable. These are things that should not be negotiated like, well, we might do this and we might not do that. We believe that these must apply to every recommendation and whatever is chosen, these are the overarching principles that should be applied as an umbrella over
So
whatever
when we're
you choose
looking
to
at
do.
either having our own police department or going with Williamson County or having security guards, so these are the things that you want to see instilled into that process.
Yes.
So when Judge Gravel came and spoke to you, did you feel like that was going to be a deliverable for him with going with Williamson County Police Department?
Well, once again, when I said going back to these items right here, when you look at these are really all about the district. And quite frankly, these things could be implemented today as a standalone overarching umbrella to Round Rock ISD. I mean, if you were to implement all of these things today, apart from safety and apart from any recommendation we're going to make to you, you would make a huge win in actually the safety and security
Right,
of
and we
students
do a lot of these
and
things.
teachers of Round Rock ISD.
Yeah.
So all of these stand alone as a great thing that should be happening today in Round Rock ISD.
Right, I agree. And I just wanted to see how that was going to fit into the puzzle of trying to come up with a recommendation.
Well, and I think to answer your question, I think that he spoke in direct to some of these non-negotiables in that he spoke about that the county would want full control. He spoke about some other things in regards to the control issues, and I think that may take away some of the control by the district to implement. I don't know if it's a large portion of these, but I also think that some of them are regulated by the state. Some of these non-negotiables are regulated by the state, and so I think some of the trainings and stuff of that nature would be required, whether or not it's Williamson County or our own PD or any other law enforcement officer.
It's part of the NASRO training.
It's part of the NASRO training and stuff of that nature. But I do believe that he spoke directly to some of these things and said that it would be issues.
So in going forward, I like the idea of having town hall meetings, but as we know, sometimes those people just don't show up. So moving forward, something that might help, this is a suggestion and you can tell me what you think, is if we actually did polls that targeted teachers, polls that targeted students, polls that targeted taxpayers and parents, and make them very directive and send them out in emails. And that's how we do it in some of the things, and we do get feedback that way. Is that something moving forward that would help if a town hall meeting only 50 people show up? Would a poll actually kind of gauge and give you a better idea of what the community was feeling?
It could certainly augment. We desperately need to get community input and engagement in a number of different ways. We shouldn't just do it with a town hall. We shouldn't just do it with a poll. I think that both are needed. And then whatever else could possibly even happen, with that. I mean, we're coming to the close of the school year with students. One of the things we had an idea we had kind of kicked around a little bit, and Jenny did a trial of it at Westwood High School, was to kind of do the roving reporter, a student to student, a peer to peer journalist walking around, kind of asking the question and getting some input. Because I think definitely from the students, they're going to be more open and honest with another peer rather than some adult, standing in front of them asking you, what do you think, right? So I think we've really talked about a number of different things, and I think we'll get the most and the best input is if we can do several different things.
Right, and if you go forward with a poll, I would like to see that the task force come up with the questions, and it be completely led by the task force, and and that way there's a real metric of how many people are actually filling it out and how many people are actually participating.
Well, and we spoke about that at the last task force meeting, about spending some time during the next meeting actually building not only a poll-like questions, but also questions that we can put out so that we get not uniformity, but uniformed answers back, so that the answers that we get back that we place on social media and stuff of that nature are responding to similar questions versus each person asking their own questions and not really having any trend or any direction to it. And so we talked about putting that on the next meeting to discuss that and put that together.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moses.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just one comment.
Okay.
You would have to admit, being this Board of Trustees who takes public speaking at every meeting, there's nothing like hearing directly from the person, seeing their face, getting their emotion, hearing their words. So there's a lot of value. We would love to get that face-to-face from this community, but we understand them, you know. People have lives.
I think,
there's a lot going on,
I think
right?
that's a great idea. And, if the first one's not well attended, maybe another one, but don't stop there. Let's try to touch as many people as possible and get their opinion.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of piggyback off some of the stuff Nikki was talking about. I think also it's important to try and get people to qualify or quantify how important things like flexibility is, as far as in the disciplinary or also in just how things are handled on that campus from a law enforcement standpoint. How important is controlled by the district versus not? How important is it that they be, that it be a true sheriff compared to an SRO? I know there's not a huge distinction, but in some people's mind, that's a difference. So really seeing where they place that value is important, because each of the different scenarios has pros and cons, but what we hear back on those is going to fall towards one pro or one con depending on the topic. And also. And I do appreciate the work's been done. Y'all have done some great work. I've been able to watch them online. I've gone through, seen some of the attachments that have been submitted. It's been really, really great to see the progress that's been made. And I've talked to various people on task force, and they really feel like y'all are moving in a good direction. And again, we want to. I agree. Some type of public format is good. I think these kind of surveys are good, but I also know that the clock is still ticking. And at some point, we're going to have some recommendations. So just from a realistic standpoint, what is a realistic timeline to see some recommendations for this board to start considering to have our own town halls, to have our own communications, have our own discussions about? Because that alone isn't going to be a short process. Right. So I'm just trying to get an idea. That way, as we build out our own stuff, we kind of know what kind of timeline we're working on.
I'm going to add to that, too. So, I was at the meeting a week and a half ago when Judge Gravel came in and kind of changed the tone. For the longest time, I thought the proposal was. So we just heard from him again, a similar reiteration of what he told your group Monday a week ago was, there's some very tough challenges or hurdles in that. So this has been an evolving process. I think, you mentioned in December was the one you really felt like you were gelling, you were communicating among each other. And that was a big milestone right there. There have been some changes that have gone on and some things. So whatever you bring forward back to us after the town hall, and as Ms. Gonzalez said here, if you try it once and there's only 25 people show up and the next time, but I know there are people out there who want to participate and they want to speak. So I applaud you for opening to that. And if you come forward and say, we've heard from this, we've heard this group, that group, and again, this is an evolving process. I think there's going to be some more feedback we're going to get from the Commissioner's Court, and that's going to determine a lot, whatever you guys decide and what you can and can't do, and same with the city as well. Ms. Vessa, and then
Hang on, I didn't get an answer to my question. I'm just trying to get an idea like what the timeline is going to be. I mean, again, if I'm not saying next month. I'm just saying, is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? Like, what are you looking at?
Well, to be honest with you, in all due respect, I believe that this is something that the task force needs to determine as a task force. And I think that we need to look at what we still have ahead of us and look at the community engagement, because once again, we will not make any recommendations to you until we feel like we have done that due diligence. And I think that is an exercise that we need to do as a task force and be in agreement on that.
And really, it's just because we're going to have to make plans and the budget and everything for the next year or further out. So just trying to get an idea of when we can expect some stuff.
Well, and from my point of view and other members of the task force point of view is I think that we have to realize that I think that question needs to come from y'all. Because I think that the board needs to give this task force a deadline. This board needs to give the task force an end date to shoot for. Because the fact of the matter is that I think that with any issue, no matter what the issue, and this is an issue that is very thought of and very much looked at from different angles and different mindsets and everything else, if you're looking for the perfect answer, you're never going to find it. And so I think that also needs to come from y'all, because ultimately the people that are going to have to answer are going to be y'all.
Okay, Ms. Vetsa, then Mr. Math.
So I, too, want to thank you so much for all the hours that you've put in. I've tried to go to as many meetings and take notes and post those notes and just tried to involve the community as much as I could in this process and help them to understand what was going on so they didn't feel like they were excluded. So anybody out there who wants to have a quick version, on my website and the blog, I have notes about as many meetings as I could possibly post notes on. And they're as comprehensive as I could possibly make them. Regarding your list of non-negotiables, I mean, I think there are things that we can do, this board can do now that we can act on, and that I think are high priorities both in our community and statewide. I mean, we can budget for more mental health counselors. We're in the budgeting process right now. That's something we can do. And that's definitely a priority for me, and I know other members of the board as well. And hopefully, cross our fingers, we might get some money from the legislature to help with those costs. Restorative practices. I certainly am one of the biggest champions of restorative practices on this board because my kids go to Grisham Middle School, which is one of the leaders in the district in terms of restorative implementation of restorative practices. So we can fund more training for that, so that can be further implemented district-wide. So again, back to funding, which somehow I always get back to. And just in general, we can make more training available for staff, whether it be on equity or disparate discipline or whatever the task force recommends. We can have a budget towards those ends. So that's stuff that we as a board can control, that we can do now. And I mean, there's other things on there that are just more contingent on the outcome. You know, when we talk with when you talk with Judge Gravel, you guys spoke with him, and we did. Some of these things are going to be very difficult given their parameters of continuing services if we continue with them. And so that's something that we have to consider. You know, something all you have to consider when you're making your recommendations is, you know, you say they're non-negotiables, but to be honest, I think he's saying they're off the table in terms of his side of it. But certainly, these are, I've really gained a lot from all of the meetings and just appreciate all your work. And I'm hopeful that we can come, you know, with your help to a resolution with this sooner rather than later. But I just wanted to assure you that there are things we can do on our side, and I'm going to try to get those things accomplished as soon as possible.
Just another comment regarding the non-negotiables and how they would overlay. What I said previously is that these things are the responsibility of the district, no matter what is going on for the safety and security of students in schools, because to date, and I want to choose my words carefully, the SROs in schools are supposed to be, they are not supposed to be overseeing behavioral issues, okay? And so these non-negotiables are about the district and about the day in and day activities of students and teachers in your school and behavior related and mental health issues and all of that. And some of those things turn into an issue that causes an SRO to have to become involved. Okay, so if you remember on our concerns is that we want to be proactive. We want to see the district to do something proactive instead of reactive. When an SRO is already in the situation, that's reactive. We want to see you. We want to offer you something that's going to help you implement something that is proactive. And these are all of those things. These all point to that, to be proactive, and that's something that you all have the control to be able to do, so that perhaps the issues that the SROs are addressing in our schools today would be less, could possibly diminish. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Okay, so that's what that means. We don't expect that. For example, if Wilco Sheriff's Office were to continue with their services, that you could apply this to them. This doesn't apply to them. This applies to the district and how you are, and how students and administrators and students are being dealt with every day across this district on an everyday basis, day in and day out.
I might recommend on your next presentation you put that district non-negotiables instead of the. All right, Mr. Math and Ms. Weir.
Okay. I don't mean to be a stickler for words, but I heard the word recommendations many times. If you read the resolution, it actually asks for options. And there's an important distinction between options and recommendations. Options means that it's okay to disagree. It's okay to have different points of view. And we want to hear the different perspectives. Recommendations implies that there needs to be some sort of consensus, and that's not necessary at all. In fact, it's encouraged to have diverse opinions, so we ask for options with pros and cons.
Thank you for that clarification.
Ms. Weir.
Well, he stole part of what I wanted to say. But my second point actually was to Mason's question and talking about the date. And you said you wanted us to tell you, and we told you this date, and it wasn't a good date for us to just mandate to you. So, to Lisa's point, if y'all want to go back as a group and really sit down and maybe your next couple of meetings, maybe come up with a timeline. I mean, you don't have to present to us like this. You could come up with your timeline, and it could go to the board secretary, Dr. Flores, and you could send it to us, and we could have that as our planning goes forward and our budget stuff and all of that without it being a big presentation. And that way it would be really more realistic than us just coming up with another arbitrary date that may not be helpful.
Thank you.
I'll make a comment. When we did the Citizens Bond Committee this time last year, there were three major groups: the district-wide and renewal, and the what was the other one? I can't remember. Anyway, there were three groups. We had to call the bond by August, middle of August, whenever the date was, to call for the bond to be voted on in November. That was a deadline, so everybody knew that at the time. We have 2 years from the city that's saying right now that they're going to withdraw with their current plans, and the sheriffs and the counties said the same thing. So I don't want it to drag on that long, but if you're ready to present something. Also, and as Mr. Math said, there were bring 3 to 5 options. If you want to break up into teams, I think that's been suggested, and team 1 makes a recommendation, here's all the pros and cons, and advocate for it, come and present to us. And I think what Ms. Weir said, you can give us periodic updates. I don't want to be involved in, I've seen some emails back and forth, and I know there's a lot of dialogue, and I can't keep up with it. I don't want to be involved with that point because there's a lot goes on. But I just want to make sure that everybody is being heard and that everything's being addressed. So that's the only request that I ask that you continue doing that, is take everybody's input. And again, we're not looking for perfection. As you said, Mr. Flowers, there's never perfection in this, but we are looking for an excellent solution and a viable one. And we know there's restrictions, and it's a difficult thing. And, of course, what's going on nationwide, everywhere. There was something in the paper yesterday about Columbine, and I just think it's just everywhere. It's always in the news. So we're concerned about safety. We're concerned about our costs, concerned about all of it. So by all means, bring us options, and we'll go from there. Mr. Moses.
Just real quick. I mean, kind of go a little bit off Mr. Math's point. I don't think you meant this, that we don't need, don't bring consensus. I do hope the group can find at least some consensus in those 3 to 5 options. We're trying to find and just like y'all are, the best option for our community. And that's only going to happen if we get consensus brought in. Not everybody's going to get everything they want in it. Not everybody's going to get everything they don't want in it. So just really trying to come together on those 3 to 5 options and really boil it down to the things these are at least the ones we think are acceptable to the community. and reaching at least that level of consensus is important as we at least look at those.
Just quickly in closing, I wanted to refer to a comment that Board of Trustee Gonzalez had made, is that this is an onion that got peeled back really, really far. This is layers and layers of things that you really need to consider whenever you make a decision. And thankfully you all have got to make the final decision. I think that it's really important that this task force give you as much information where the options are concerned so that you can do that, because there is a lot. It's really not just straightforward and simple. And if you ask a lot of the task force members when they sat down back in August, they will tell you that they have learned a lot. And it's not just about policing, SROs. It's layer upon layer of things that make up the whole thing. And so we want to give you information. We don't want you to have to go start doing your research. That's why you've asked us to do the hard work of the research and digging deep and looking hard. And so, as Board of Trustee Gonzalez has said, wow, y'all been doing a lot of work. And it's a lot of work. There's a lot to it. Our Google Drive is full of stuff that, quite frankly, I haven't read all the 600, 700, 800 pages of things that are there, research to support, what we're going to give you. We're going to give you things that are going to support all of the options that are presented, because we feel like that's what you've asked us to do. So we're going to give you information to be able to mull over as well.
Okay, Ms. Vessa.
And I just want to, on the options piece, I think that one thing that we can do is clarify what options are actually viable. Because right now, one of the options that you guys listed out at your last meeting was Williamson County covering the entire district. Well, as Judge Gravel stated in his Monday presentation, that he's not even sure that the board, his commissioners, commissioners court would support that option. And so, one thing that we can do is find out whether or not that's tenable, whether they would, that's even something that you guys can consider, because they're willing to do it. Because at this point, we don't have assurances from him or anyone else that they would be willing to do it. And that's something we need to clarify, because as a community, we can't have something as an option if it's really not an option in reality. And so I feel like that on our side, that's something that we need to give you that input. We need to make sure that you have that clarity. So as you continue with providing us options, you're not going down a rabbit trail that leads to nothing.
So how can we get that feedback?
How you get it?
When and how can we get that feedback?
Do you want to address that, Jad?
Well, I can. I think we mentioned it earlier from what Judge Gravel said. It looks like it's a declining option. I'll put it that way. Is that a delicate way to put it? You're talking about the SRO, Williams County SRO?
So, how do we make sure that we have
can't go tell them what to do. They can't. That's
how do
clear.
we gauge their willingness?
Yeah. You're free, and you went and met with Judge Gravel, right? And you got one answer, and then it kind of changed a little bit. So, again, as I said earlier, this is an evolving process. And so
when we did meet with him in his office, so I specifically asked him, is this a viable option? Do you believe that this is a viable option? And he said yes when we met with him at his office.
And then he changed it almost. It's very difficult what he presented Monday a week ago.
He did also say, he said in his office, and he said in front of the task force, I am only one.
That's right.
And that there are other judges that, would have to be on board. But he himself felt like it was a viable option. And he said to us in front of the task force, he said it repeatedly, I am only one. So, I want to be real clear with that, but yes.
Dr. Flores, did you comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I commend that meeting 14, April the 8th, and now it sounds like there'll be more meetings. And that's okay, because obviously this is an evolution, right? This is also modification, transformation. Anything we want to add to it, I think that's something that is so critical for people to really believe that, guess what? Last June there was a resolution. The reason, there were gaps in coverage. the evolution of how we get to whatever point this task force finally has options for. Yes, as superintendent, I would have loved to have seen options tonight because, again, June of 2021, that is when I think the city's made that very clear. That's what promulgated the need for last June's resolution. Could the wording have been different? You bet. Could we have done things different? You bet. Could we have involved more community members? You bet. But I stand before you to say this. I don't think anybody that is establishing police departments went through at least 14 meetings and then going forward. And I don't think, and I commend Sheriff Chody. He was pretty clear last April that it was in the best interest of the district to look at that because they, at the same time, had to do the things they needed to do. And also Chief Banks, it's always been clear from there as well. I think as more clarity is provided from the city as well as the county, it does allow us to look at options that have to come forward because eventually something does have to be done. I think everybody agrees with that. So what I'm hearing, there'll be more meetings, which I applaud. What I'm hearing is allowance for community engagements through some public forums. But I also agree that I think that the modification or surveys that are created that come from the task force need to come from the task force with the specific facts that all who take the survey need to know. Facts such as that in June 2021, there may be very well the opportunity that there is no coverage from Wilco or Round Rock PD. Those that they need to then be able to weigh in because it'd be easy. Some still may not think, well, there's other options such as this. So I do think as the task force moves forward with those surveys that it's allowed for the kind of communication that those that are reading it for the first time can say, oh, I get what's happening here. And the very last thing I'll say to this is continue. I feel good about the fact that eventually we do have an opportunity, and I think it's been said at the last time you presented, that we get a chance from this work to create a model program that we can all be proud of. I think we're still at that point. It's just, again, a little disappointing that there's not options tonight on the table, but that shows this is a continuous work in progress for the right reasons. So I commend you for that. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, I think we have one more comment.
I just want to say something real quick. While I'm not a huge poll fan, but what I've heard with some of the public comments, people are afraid to step forward and actually voice their concerns. So maybe in a more anonymous type poll, they might actually feel more comfortable voicing their opinions, voicing their fears that come from staff, from teachers, from students, from parents, and cover the whole gamut. Because I think in a public setting, I think we're a little bit more reserved. We don't want to say the things that are maybe not the right things to say, things that we might not all share. Thanks.
Okay, with that, thank you for your presentation. Board members, we're going to go take a break. Right now it's 9 o'clock, 9:02. We've been at this 2 hours. We're going to go back into closed session right now, and we'll finish this one agenda item out, and then we'll come back and we have several more things we need to discuss. So with that, 9:02, we're going into closed session. We'll take a quick break, though. Good evening again. It's 10:51. We're coming out of closed session. We're back in open session. Thank you for everybody for your patience, everybody who's here, and for who's watching. We had some things we had to get done that were time critical. We had to make decisions on them this evening. So with that, do we have any motions coming out of closed session? Ms. Feller.
I move to authorize the resolution and settlement of all claims brought on behalf of Isaac M. as presented and discussed in closed session.
Ms. Weir, do you have a light on?
I second.
Okay. I have a motion to second regarding resolution for Isaac M. It's discussed in closed session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Any other motions coming out of closed session? Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Round Rock Independent School District participate with the City of Round Rock on design and construction of the Brushy Creek Trail on the C.D. Folks Middle School campus by way of agreed conveyance of real property.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for the conveyance of real property for the Brushy Creek Trail as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries.
One more.
And then one more, Mr. Moses.
This is the fun one. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the administration's recommendation and issue Chapter 21 term employment contracts to the employees as listed and discussed in closed session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. That the Board of Trustees accept the administration's recommendation and issue Chapter 21 term employment contracts to the employees as listed and discussed in closed session. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. And you need one.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the administration's recommendation and issue Chapter 21 probationary employment contracts to the employees as listed and discussed in closed session.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion and a second to accept the administration's recommendation for issue Chapter 21 probationary employment contracts to the employees as listed and discussed in closed session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. It's very important for our teachers to know that they are moving forward. Ms. Feller.
Just to finalize the discussion on that, we do need to pick a date tonight so that can be communicated regarding the last section of closed. So we need to look at our calendars and pick a date that last week of April.
And Ms. Vera just asked me. I'm available. It could be in the evening, could be during the day. We just need a quorum at that point, right? So 2-3 other trustees pick a date, and I'll accommodate. We're going to do it right now, or we can do it at the end if you want to think about it. You have your calendars out now? Go ahead.
I could do Monday or Tuesday in the evening. I could do Wednesday anytime during the day.
Wednesday anytime. Works for me too.
Wednesday anytime is good for me. I can accommodate. No? Okay.
Can we do it during the day? How many people are available during the day on Wednesday?
I can be.
No, that would be Monday, May 1st. I mean, Wednesday, May 1st, yes. Amy's available during the day. Chad is. Corey is. I am.
Wednesday,
Mason can be.
I'm looking at the wrong month.
Can we
here.
do that?
The 20. What did we say? 23rd or 24th? I'm sorry, May 1st. That's good. Okay. During the day. That's
12?
fine. Yeah, that's fine. It's only going to take a few minutes, right? It's not going to take long.
It depends on how many they have to present.
14 at the most, right?
Can we do
Okay,
morning
let's count
then?
on an hour.
Because that way, because Amber and I have
Well,
elementary
I'd kind of like to do it. I can't be there. I work, so I'd much rather do a date where if we're going to actually have discussion, that we could all be there.
Okay.
That evening.
Can we do it Monday night then, the 29th? I know the time frame that we have to work with, I don't think Mr. Math is available for any of that Monday through Thursday. Is that correct? Okay.
I could do Monday the 29th in the evening.
5:30.
Which night?
Monday the 29th.
Why not?
Okay.
That is the Student Leadership Recognition Ceremony at McNeil High School, so that means none of us will be available for that. Well, it starts at 7, so
Well,
if we started at 5:30, there is a possibility we could be finished.
Okay. All right. Let's do that for now. If we need to
5:30.
change it, contracts. All right. Here.
Okay.
Where do we do it? Admin building? Anyway. All right. Okay. With that, let's try to get back on the agenda here. We've got a couple things. Let's go to agenda item E, approval of board minutes. I'll get to that and look at it. Any recommendation on that? Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the board approve the minutes for the board meetings held on March 28th and April 3rd, 2019 as revised.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for the March 28th and April 3rd, 2019 as revised meetings. Board members, any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Go to agenda item F. We've already done that. We've already done G, public comments. We'll go to agenda item H, superintendent report. You've already done 1, the superintendent's student advisory board. Now we'll go to agenda item H2, quarterly financial report. Dr. Flores.
Yes, sir. Our third quarter investment report is going to be delivered tonight by Dr. Kenneth Audix and Rosanna Guerrero, his right hand.
Hello, good evening, Chairman Chadwell, members of the board, and Dr.
Flores. We're going to be presenting the quarterly financial report with you tonight and start off with the successful bond sale that we had on April the 9th. We did a competitive sale. We received quotes from 11 underwriters. Wells Fargo provided the best quote. Our all-in total interest cost was less than 2.5% on that. 2 months ago, the board had an extended discussion in terms of whether to do a competitive or negotiated sale. So I asked our financial advisor, Hilltop Securities, to do an analysis on this and just look historically and do a side-by-side comparison and kind of let the proof be in the pudding in terms of how that shook out. And so they did 13 side-by-side sales from 2000 that came across from 2017 and 2018, where it was on the same day and the same bond rating. Okay, there was a negotiated sale. The district did a negotiated sale. Another district of the same bond rating did a competitive sale across all different years. So lined all that up and, okay, what was the end result? So across those 13 side-by-side sales, the total net difference, because there was winners and losers, on a side-by-side piece, the bottom line net of all of those was a difference in net interest cost of 0.00, like 0.02%, so 0.0002. So very minimal difference between the two. So we had very successful result in terms of doing a competitive sale, but just wanted to that was sort of a free-floating question. Well, what's the difference between the two? So wanted to give you some perspective on that. That said, where we truly won for our taxpayers is that we did the financing on these bonds, and our intent is to do the next 2 sales of this bond as well, to finance those over a 15-year period instead of a 25-year. By doing that, the estimated tax savings from that is over $110 million. So that's what we did on this one, and that's the plan going forward as well. There was a question in terms of comparing in our previous sales what were our interest rates that we've paid, and so had Hilltop Securities give me the history on that over the last 12 years, and realized interest rates change with the market over the course of time. But the range from in the last 12 years, the lowest rate we ever paid was in 2015. We did a bond sale there at a financing of 1.19%. The highest we paid was in 2009 at 4.19%. So this one came in just under 2.5%. So that's an update for you in terms of the bond sale. Next to the actual quarterly investment report, which is the PowerPoint, step you through. There's 12 slides in that. I'm not going to talk through each one, but I'll hit the highlights of that. These are our results through March 31st. So on page 1, you see the invested balance that we had at the end of March was $552.7 million. On the next page 2, you see the top pie chart shows how that investment was broken up. 51% of it was in state pools, 31% in mutual funds, 18% is in U.S. agencies and treasuries. One thing that's important to note, if you look on the left-hand side in the bottom set of numbers, that first section there in description of general fund, you'll see a balance of $372 million. And that might strike you from the standpoint of typically we talk in terms of what's our typical fund balance, and it's around $200 million. So it's kind of shocking, well, how is that $372 million? The important thing to realize is that our general fund balance literally moves each month. And since most of our revenue comes from property tax, that's collected just like when we pay our property tax bill, December, January, February. That's when the lion's share of our income comes in. We'll get a little state money, we get some from federal and some other local, but the lion's share of it comes in earlier in the year. But then when that valve shuts off and you still have payroll, you still have your operating cost, then that tends to go down. So at the point in time, and typically what districts do when they talk about their fund balance, really what people are talking about is when we close the books, what is that fund balance? And so for us, when we talk about, well, hey, what's our fund balance? We're normally referring to our June 30 close in terms of what is that fund balance at that point in time. But just so that you know, over the course of the year, that's a constantly moving number for us. Okay. Then next, on the next page down at the very bottom, most important number there is simply, okay, how much interest did we earn in the month? We earned $1,087,945. So that's the high level there. The last thing I'm going to point to, because Trustee Moses had asked about this a couple of months ago, was can we see some type of benchmark comparison of, okay, know we're invested and we know what we're earning, but how is that if we compare, did a comparative? So that's what this slide is about, and to kind of give you the decoder ring of what we're looking at and how you do the comparison. We'll just start with the very first line of numbers. So that's an investment we did in the acronym FNMA, is the Federal National Mortgage Association. So we bought that government agency on December the 2nd, 2016. It was basically a 3-year agency, 35 months. Okay, our yield on that is 1.472. So the benchmark comparison is a 3-year Treasury. 35 months is 1 month shy of 36 months. So the 3-year Treasury was paying 1.4 on that same day that we bought. The 3-year Treasury was paying 1.4. The mutual fund, which is a daily investment, was paying 0.3. The pools were yielding 0.41 at that time.
Dr.
So
Alex,
for each
excuse
of
me.
the things.
I'm watching. I can catch about half of what you're saying. Can you use your mouse? Because I can't see the
Oh.
laser pointer.
Okay.
There you go.
So
Thank
that
you.
line there, okay, is that what I'm referring to of when we bought that first, like the Fannie Mae there on the first line, that's a 35-month, which is roughly a 3-year, and we're earning 1.472. The benchmark to compare to is what is a 3-year investment, which is this 3-year Treasury was earning a 1.4. On that same day, had we bought a 3-year Treasury, that was paying a 1.4. We bought a government agency, a Fannie Mae, which was 1 month shy of that at 1.47. So typically you just look down this column and get the most realistic time period. Like this is a 24-month here, which is a 2-year. So we got a 2.579 return on that. A 2-year Treasury was a 2.49. Had we been in the daily yields, it would have been in the 1.65, 1.77. So that's perspective there just in terms of benchmark. So that's there. Wayne Curry, who does all of this on a daily basis and generates this report on a go-forward basis. If y'all are good with this benchmark, we'll just keep that included in the quarterly investment report that we do on a go-forward basis. So the next thing that I'll share with you, there was another question in terms of, okay, in the rearview mirror, what have we earned in interest over the last 5 years? That's what this bar chart shows, in that in 14-15, we earned in that year $577,000. Then it goes to $1.5 million, 2.9, right at $3 million, to $5 million, to 6.5. That's literally just, because I had Wayne give me, okay, what were rates back then? And if you remember, back in the 2014 time period, he shared with me that back then, had we bought a 1-year Treasury note, the yield on that was a 0.1. Okay, so they were just, the pools were paying next to nothing. Everything was basically next to nothing. So that's why the earnings were so low then, as the pools and stuff are paying, in the 2s now. So the yields that we just looked at, so we're earning more. So literally last year in 17-18, when we earned 5.1, well, this is 9 months worth of earnings for this year. So we've got 3 months left, and our earnings are already significantly more than what they were last year. So there's perspective on that. So next I'm going to move off of that piece and talk with you about when I had met with the board's budget committee on Monday of last week and shared with them some ideas about what to do on a go-forward basis in terms of how we report our monthly financials to the board. There have been some questions by the board about, hey, instead of doing this on a quarterly basis, can we do that on a monthly basis, and what are some ideas about that? And so this is the template that I shared with them, I took the numbers out just because we're going to talk about just the principle. I had hypothetical numbers in the presentation last week, but I'm just going to lay format to you, and then y'all tell me if you're good with it. If you're good with it, then literally at next month's board meeting could bring this, with actual numbers for the different funds and present that. So start with what's the logic going on here. What you would see is that in this first column where it says current actual month, you would start getting, okay, what was our revenue and what was our expense for the month that we're talking about. So like in this example on March 31st, you would get results for March 31st in terms of, okay, for the month of March 31st, what was our current tax revenue, prior tax revenue, what was the total revenue for us in the general fund in the month of March. Then by function, what were our expenses for the month. So you'd see total revenue for the month, total expenses for the month, was revenue greater or less than expense for the month, and so what was the net for the month. The next column of the budget, it's a current month budget. Now, one thing, if you know how our budget process is done, we don't budget on a monthly basis, we budget on an annual basis. But so, okay, what's the logic of how you would get a monthly budget out of an annual budget? But the logic is straightforward in that we have a rear view mirror. And so if we spent $100 last year over the course of the year, well, we know month by month what percent of that $100 was spent in a month. Did we spend it all in one month, or was it equally spread? We spent 1/12 of it. And it'll vary by function in terms of what our reality was. But the math is simply, okay, if last year in the month of March, I spent 15% of what I spent in the month of March for that function, and I'm budgeting $100 this year, then what's my budget? It's 15% times the $100, and there's my ruler. And so all a budget is intended to do is give you a measuring stick to where you can say, okay, what's my expectation? And then when I look at my actual, is there a difference between what I thought it was going to be and and then what actually happened? So the variance is simply A minus B. What's the difference between those? And what I would do is include a one-page write-up in this that if there are something that stands out that's noticeable of, hey, there's $1 million variance or whatever the case may be, if it's noticeable, I can just embed that in the write-up of, hey, this is just a timing issue. We're paying something different this year than last year, or, hey, you know what, there's something significantly different that we didn't see when we budgeted. If there's that reality, hey, there's full light of day what our reality is in terms of for the month. Then you have the same, simply it's the exact same logic in terms of the year to date. Okay, in March, we would have lived through our first 9 months. So what was our total revenue through the first 9 months? What was the current estimated budget through the first 9 months? Is there a variance? And there's your perspective. This is labeled as the general fund, but what you would receive as the board, if you're good with this approach, you'd have this for the general fund, then you'd have another page for food service, for debt service. We'd give you another report that wouldn't have a budget on it, but it would have just total spent in the month and for the year to date on bond projects. So all of the relevant funds, you would see that, and then I'd give you a summary write-up just, to have that as well. So that would be the piece. The one thing that I want to also share with you, just from an importance, because I get if I'm sitting on your side, I'd be scared from just the standpoint of, hey, I've got a huge responsibility. I mean, operating budget's $460 million. If I'm sitting on that side, I've got oversight over this. How do I know that things are okay? I mean, it's our collective responsibility, but how would I as a board member know that we're okay? One of the things that's important there is simply, okay, I'm going to share, this is the same thing I'm going to be looking at, so, full transparency. I want you all to be seeing the same thing and hearing the same message, of what I'm seeing. The other thing, though, that's important for everyone to realize is just how our system is set to protect us, in essence, because 88% of our cost is payroll related, okay? And so when ultimately the board's going to tap the gavel in June and say, okay, here's our budget. So whatever the positions are that are approved, that's who we're going to be paying this next year, okay? And so 88% of your cost is basically capped at the point of those people, those positions are entered into the system. The only way that number changes, that we're going to have more people on the payroll than the budgeted approved, I and several other people are going to have to sign my name to say, hey, for whatever reason, we needed one or whatever of something that wasn't in the original budget. So I'm going to lay eyes on it. I'm going to know other people are going to have to sign off on that as part of a process. And so, and if this was my level of salary, what we also know from just the reality of operation with 6,500 employees, there's going to be turnover, there's going to be unfilled positions. So our history has been, we typically run about 3% less cost than what we had in a full budget. So there's that protection. 88% of our cost, you know, that logic says our expectation is we're going to come in less than that. Wayne runs a report every month looking at what the actual payroll is going to be. I'm going to see that. I'll include that in the write-up to you of, hey, our payroll this month was whatever, and we're on track, hopefully, you know, less than budget. Here's that number. So our biggest cost, we're intentionally looking at that every month. It'll be in the write-up, so that's that piece. The other thing I would say, and again, this is how does the system protect us, is that, okay, I'm a department manager, Rosanna's a department manager, several people in this room, we're department managers, there's campus, the principals. Those budgets, if I have my budget, so if I've got a $100 budget, and if I spend all the 100, and then I want to try to spend another 100. In order to do that, I've got to enter a PO into the system. When I try to hit enter on that, the system's going to reject it and simply say, you don't have any money budgeted. You can't enter a PO for something that you don't have budgeted funds for. So the system won't let that expense happen because there's no money there. The only way a department manager or a campus principal could spend more than what was in their original budget is to have a budget amendment done and get approved to give more money there. But you're later tonight on the consent agenda, and Rosanna will talk to you in a second in terms of just, you know, hey, process of how it happens, but you're seeing the budget amendments that have, you know, are coming. So that's our system. I mean, you pass the original budget in June. Nothing can change above that budget without you laying eyes on it and ultimately approving the budget amendments. So, with that, sharing that with you, I'll next shift to the other topic that I talked about to the budget committee on, and that's a change in what I'd like to do. Of instead of right now, because the big intent is I want to be given a clear picture. As the CFO, I want to see a clear picture. I want y'all to be seeing a clear picture. And one of the things that's distorting our picture right now is that we're running assigned fund balance items through the operating statement. And just in plain English, the operating statement, what this is supposed to say is what's a recurring operating expense? An operating expense is what's going to happen in the 12-month period. Salaries are going to happen. Light bills are going to happen. Those are operating costs. Okay? So do you have enough revenue to offset those operating costs and deliver a balanced or better than a balanced budget? That's how that's the picture I want to be looking at. I want to be showing you. I want to be showing the public, because that's a true scorecard of how we're doing with handling. Are we living within our means of the revenue that we're taking in versus the operating costs that we're incurring? The distortion happens and later tonight you'll see it when Terry and I present about the request for portables for next year, is that with our current structure, in order, say that we were going to come in with balance this year, so literally just say, okay, this year we're going to come in and we're going to be perfectly fine, but we'll have a balance or we'll be slightly to the good, that scenario. But if the board were to approve the ask for the portables that are being asked tonight for growth and the others, that's a $6 million request. But it's a capital item. It's a 20-year investment, 20-plus year investment in portables. That's a capital item that we're going to run through our income statement. So if we were balanced before, but you approve that, now we're showing everybody, man, we're going to lose $6 million. That's a distorted picture, because that's not truly what's happening on an operating basis, because we're making a long-term investment, but we're running it through an operating statement. So the idea that I floated to the budget committee is that you simply take the capital, take the assigned fund balance, and we'll ultimately come at you with a number. If you're good with the concept, we'll come up with a number. And for tonight, let's just say it was $20 million. If we took $20 million out of assigned fund balance and just said, so that we don't run assigned funds through the operating statement. We're going to set up on its own account. Capital projects account has a $20 million number in there, okay? Any of those things, portables, big ticket items, they're going to come to you for approval. If you say no, nothing got spent. So you're going to have full approval on it. But if you say yes, it runs in its own account. It doesn't distort what we're looking at in terms of what does it cost us to run our show on the operating side. So that's the logic to the approach, okay? And so wanted to share that with you. Shared it with the budget committee. They asked that I bring that to the full board so that y'all could consider it as well. Nothing to act on tonight. From a timing piece, and I'll let y'all give the feedback to Dr. Flores, and then if y'all are good with that, from a timing piece, what we would do is when we close the books on June 30, we would then do a thing of we'd wake up on July 1 and we'd do whatever dollar amount. Okay, we'd move an X amount from assigned fund balance to capital projects, and so we'd start clean on July 1 with that approach. So wanted to share that with you. Next, there was a question in terms of what's the history of our fund balance. So this is what our fund balance has been over the last 10 years. Those numbers are all in millions. So when we closed the books last year, the fund balance, and this is the committed, assigned, and unassigned fund balance components that's in our CAF for our comprehensive annual financial report. It was $213 million last year when we closed the books, and you can see what that history has been over time. Board policy is 90 days worth of fund balance, which is, to sort of put that into perspective, is whatever, if our easy math, if our budget next year was $400 million, well, 90 days is a fourth of a year, so $100 million, a fourth of $400 million would be what board policy would say we would want to have in fund balance. Okay, so just sort of perspective, that's where we are. We're well above board policy. We're very safe in terms of the amount of money that we have in our fund balance. And with that, then, as I said, Rosanna's going to answer some questions that were posed about the budget amendments. And since that's on consent agenda, I thought we'd just get the questions answered, and then it would be on consent.
Yes, good evening. We had some questions related to the budget amendment, number 3, that is on the agenda, as Dr. Audix mentioned, and we just wanted to address some of those questions. In general, a question was presented regarding the process for budget transfers, and just to let the board and the community know that each campus and department administrator is responsible for the administration oversight of their budget, which is controlled at an organizational basis. And so, as Dr. Audix mentioned, an allocation is set up in the finance system. Controls are in place so that each department budget manager or campus department manager can then transfer funds within their allocation. So, for example, if they had money originally set aside for materials, they can decide to say, you know what, we have enough materials, we can buy, we can do contracted services and have a trainer come in. So they have the flexibility to move money as they see necessary for their campus or department. Now, if there is a desire for increase in budget, if there's a new initiative that they want to put forth, now the question is, what is the process, right? So if they have, as Dr. Audix mentioned, they have $100. Well, there's this new initiative they'd like to put forth, and there's a request that comes through. There is what we call an approval process. There's a vetting process. And so, for example, in terms of professional development, that's a pretty common request. If a campus would like to do a particular professional development training, they don't have enough funds in their budget, then they'll ask of their area superintendent for a request, depending on what budget is available. If there's not funds available through that piece, then it's area superintendent and then working with the chief of schools and innovation to see, do we have instructional initiatives funding available? Is there other funding available to increase their allocation? Any increase goes through the chief financial officer. And so there is a process of signatures, vetting, and approval. So after the CFO approves those increases, then the finance office processes the transfer so that the campus gets the additional funding and can process those expenditures. And then on a quarterly basis, those increases in budgets are then presented to the board and approved through the budget amendment process. Another question was presented related to kind of the difference in the budget amendment from the second quarter to the third quarter. I would say the biggest change in budget is related to the reimbursement resolutions that the board approved in February and in March. So there's reimbursement resolution number 3 and number 4 for that's bond 2018. Outside of those reimbursement resolutions, there was about an increase of $1.2 million, and that's again in fund balance. Those projects were related to major maintenance, emergency repairs that occurred. One was a water leak, others were sewage issues. And so as emergencies are presented to us, those are budget allocations that are then allocated, again, go through CFO approval. There are some other projects that came through related to a new purchase of a scoreboard and things like that, again, that go through the vetting and approval process. So that was about $1.2 million. The biggest piece of that change was the technology campus refresh. Again, this is something that Trustee Feller actually mentioned at the Facilities Committee in related to Bond 2018 and the fund balance allocation for technology. Because the 2017 bond did not pass, the board at that time then approved allocation for the technology refresh. And so because we're trying to keep on that 5-year cycle, that allocation and fund balance has been used. So of this quarterly BA, it was about $600,000 that was used for technology that you'll see this evening. Another question that was presented was related to instructional supplies, and there was a decrease in $200,000 for that particular allocation. Again, we had mentioned through the budget process that campuses initially get about 95% of their projected enrollment in the spring, so during the budget process. In the fall, after the PEEM snapshot, they receive 100% of allocation for their actual student enrollment. So in the second quarter BA, the board was presented with an increase in instructional supplies of $300,000. Well, then now that the campuses have allocated that additional money, they've actually transferred that money to other pieces. It may be contracted services, it may be professional development. So the decrease that you see in the third quarter is really campuses taking the money and appropriating it in different allocations. The other question that was presented was related to an increase in general administration for contracted services, and that was due to an increase in legal fees. And I think I've addressed those particular questions, and I'll just open the floor if Dr. Oddix have any other information, any questions that we can help answer.
Yeah, Mr. Math.
Yes, I wanted to compliment Dr. Oddix for the page 2. I really think that that's a great format. It's very transparent. It's very easy to track differences and deviations month to month from budget to actual, and it's very close to what I'm used to seeing in the corporate world. While the hood is open, so to speak, another exhibit that I think is helpful and it's easy to put together is actual to prior year. So those prior year numbers are all locked in already, and you already have the actuals on this exhibit. So I think it's just helpful to see what we're spending by category this year over the prior year.
Okay. So to be clear, in terms of that, do you want it like prior year to date, or do you want prior by month and prior year to date?
I was thinking of a page 2.
Another page with
yes.
prior year, same kind of thing, but just
exactly.
prior year. Okay.
Yeah. And then on page 3 with the fund balance, I watched the budget meeting that you had last Monday, and there was some good discussion about, what do we call it, unassigned fund balance. And we have some significant dollars, in assigned fund balance. Right. So we have significant, but we haven't really as a board, at least since I've been on the board, gone through kind of item by item and said, is that where we want to park that money, or is there a more appropriate place to allocate or spend that money? So I think I'd propose to President Chadwell and Dr. Flores that we should consider that as a future agenda item to go through item by item and just see if it still makes sense line by line.
Okay. Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm making a note of that as well for the committee to look at. Maybe do a first look and bring that up. But also, just Dr. X, thank you very much for slide 12. I appreciate that. That's helpful as far as just looking at it and making sure that we're getting the type of yield compared to the other options. So I really do appreciate that. And also, fellow trustees, I really do think that his idea about setting some funds out of the assigned fund balance into its own account for those projects, I think that's a very wise and prudent and really transparent way to do this to help us really kind of track those dollars more effectively and efficiently. So, I know they're going to help us come up with the right number, but I hope y'all would be supportive of that moving forward.
Okay, Ms. Bessa.
The way I see it in terms of that is we already have money in assigned fund balance for purchases that are capital outlays. I mean, most of those assigned fund balance categories are capital related. So it's really just reassigning some money that was assigned for something else to just a more global concept of capital outlays. And am I wrong in that?
The only piece is that it's moving it out of the general fund, because if it's in the general fund, it's got, by definition, if you spend it, it's got to flow through the income statement, where this sets it outside of the general fund into its own account, and that way it runs by itself and it doesn't distort what we're truly trying to show is what's happening to us on an operational basis. So that's the only distinction.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I think it was great. Now, I want to make sure that the answers that were sent in an email earlier, they're getting addressed. We started to, so if there's any feedback on that. I think we'll kind of see this a couple months, and hopefully we'll get the answers we're looking for. But if there's anything else, board members, that you sent to me that you want, that you didn't get answered tonight, either ask him now or follow up with an email. So otherwise, all good? Okay. All right, thank you both. All right, we'll go to agenda item next. Dr. Flores, I lost my place.
Yes, it's H3. It is the Westwood Learning Community Update. Dr. Presley will lead us through that, and we've got a lot of great things to say as we have Becky come forward. So, Dr. Presley.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, President Chadwell, members of the board. Tonight we bring our fifth and final for this year update on our learning communities. Westwood is W, so we just randomly selected the months they go. We did have all of our principals here early. We sent them home a little bit earlier because we knew the meeting was going to run late, and it being a holiday weekend, we didn't have them stay. So Ms. Donald was disappointed in that, but I'm sure the principals were a little disappointed too. We made them leave. So very proud of Westwood community, like all of our learning communities. And this time I'll turn it over to Becky Donald, our area superintendent for the Westwood Learning Community, to give you an overview.
Sorry. President Chadwell, Dr. Flores, and trustees, it is a pleasure and honor to be here to give you just a snapshot of what's going on or what has taken place, what will take place in the Westwood Learning Community this year. The principals are excited about what they're doing. We're not perfect, but we're on the right pathway. And so releasing the principals, I did have to say, y'all can go. No, go home. Because they need to enjoy this 3-day weekend, because when we get back, we're going to be sprinting to the end of school and graduation. And those are the highlights of our year. So kind of getting this started, we wanted to look at our learning community, and especially in the leadership and the administration. And we wanted to have a focus this year, and what we did is we picked creating culturally responsiveness. And in order to do this, we knew that we had to start with the leaders of the learning community. And up here is our wonderful principals and our instructional coaches. And in the middle is Dr. Kimberly McLeod. And she's a professor from Houston. And Paige actually saw her at TASB midwinter and said, you just got to bring her in. And so this year she's been leading us through our training. And when she's not here, then we do her case book study. And so every month we're doing some activity that's going to look at our biases, racism, what's happening in our classroom. Have we been uncomfortable? Yes. Have we learned a lot? Yes. And so right now, even at our last principal meeting, our focus was what next? We've got leaders. We know the why. We know why it's important. So now it's counselors and it's our teachers and going. So everything that we kind of did this year had that focus. What are we seeing in the classroom? So I'm very proud of where we're going, but we've only just touched the surface of this. And then we look at what's happening, what drives our work in our learning community, and it's going to be data. We have, you as board members have your goals, we have those goals at district and also the campus, and they're all aligned with each other. And so really our main goal to kind of focus this year was promoting academic excellence. And when you look at the different types of data that we use, people talk about STAR, but the minute August gets here, STAR data is kind of dead data. And so what do we do during the year? Well, we use BAS and Ames Web. We use district assessments. We do STAR Ready. We do STAR Interim, which is an online TEA test, or common assessments that teachers are looking at creating and evaluating attendance, behavior, and discipline. And those are just a few things that we look at. Then you look at, okay, we've looked at the data, now what are we going to do? So then you look at how do we get students to grow? You look at flex grouping, small grouping, you look at your Tier 1 instruction, Tier 2 and Tier 3, are they working? What kind of technology is helping us? Dreambox we entered this year for math intervention, and then you look at Saturday schools. You also look at what are we doing for, our professional learning. We've got not only our students should be accelerating and growing, our teachers, our administrators, our APs, all of us should be on that track. So you're looking at reading and writing workshops, STAR math preps, instructional, coaches working with teams and PLCs, new teacher support. All right, it's a tough world when you come into education. We want to make sure that we're connecting our new teachers to mentors, and we are really meeting the needs of new teachers, because it can be overwhelming. And then look at our culturally responsive teaching strategies. So that's what we kind of focus on throughout the year. And then as we get into our campuses, we look at Westwood, and each of the campuses have their campus goal. Westwood picked the academic excellence just to highlight today. When you look at where we are right now academically, we can look at our college readiness, but we also need to look at our STAR. And up there, we took the STAR interim assessments in 9th grade. We took it in December, and it's an online program, and we instantly get results. We now know by student where they're weak in, what maybe teaks that they didn't get. We also can look at what the whole group of 9th graders didn't get. So then we go back and we spiral it into our curriculum. Westwood took it again in March, and we showed a 20-point increase. We want to continue that. Yes, you increase, but not every student increased, and we know that. When we look at data, and this is what Dr. McLeod just drills in our head, 100% success. If you can't get 100% student success, you haven't made it. And so when we look at our data, we know we're not there. Algebra is probably some for at-risk students. We're seeing some gains there. We took it in December. We're going to take it again. I think they've taken it again in March, and I didn't have those results. So we're trying to look at real-time data at the appropriate level of expectations. And then when you look at Westwood and you look at college readiness, right now we have 559 seniors that have passed the TSI readiness. And there are 36 seniors that need additional support, and that's what we're doing right now, and making sure they get the accelerated instruction and also a chance to take it. And then we're very proud of our National Merit Scholars. There's 57 semifinalists. They did their application, they came back, 53 made finalists, and then you had 83 commended and 15 national Hispanic recognized. And when you look up there, you look at a lot of pictures of well-rounded students, from your choir to your tennis to your swimming to your national merits. And that's Westwood High School. When we look at the Round Rock Opportunity Center, their focus has been in reading and literacy. And you have two graphs up there, and they want academic excellence, but really they want to turn reluctant readers into passionate readers. And when students go to the Round Rock Opportunity Center, they're there for about 30 to 45 days. And so the Opportunity Center really wants to focus on trying to increase that oral fluency for some of our students. And to go 2.6 words in a week is above the national average, but it tells us we're on the right track. And then we really want kids to have books. We want them to read. We want them to read what they want to read. And the librarian does a monthly data sheet to show how many students are there, books that are checked out, The new librarian came in, said these books are not what students are reading. Let's get new books in there at the right reading level. So Round Rock is really working, the Opportunity Center is really working in the area of literacy. When I look at middle school, you've had a little bit of a glimpse of Grisham. Grisham started down the pathway of looking at discipline referrals, and you can see there that 3-day trend, that 3-year trend about discipline going down. All right, but we also know when we looked at our discipline, it went down, but what we were finding out is right now something else kind of pops up for you to look at. And so Grisham right now is finding that boys are getting in trouble more than girls, and so is that an underlying factor? And so they're now looking at that. Restorative practices is big, and the houses are big at Grisham, and Paige has done an excellent job of establishing this and continuing it. Because sometimes when you do an initiative, it's hard. You start to lose that thunder, and Paige is keeping that thunder there. Grisham is also an IB school, and the pictures up there reflect how the IB kids are integrating what they're learning and designing lessons and the enrichment for the IB program. Canyon Vista this year said we're strong in academics. All right, we still have data that shows that we still need to continue in academics, but we also know that our students need to understand academics goes together with college and career. So kids need that academics, but they need a focus on that academics. What do they enjoy? What do they like? What do they want to do? And so the working with students understanding jobs, understanding colleges, understanding that hope, so where maybe their academics can get a little bit of that focus and look at that social and emotional need. All right, because one day they're going to graduate from Westwood, and do they have that focus, whether they want to go to college or whether they want to go to career? We go to Anderson Mill in our wonderful elementaries, and Anderson Mill is an IB school, is also a Holsworth school. And so Anderson Mill has a problem of practice. And what Anderson Mill was finding is that some of the students were spending more time out of the classroom than in the classroom. And if they're out of the classroom, then they're not getting that academic instruction. And so they took off and they started looking at how can we do this. They have just nominated this last week as a Capturing Kid National Showcase School. They are incorporating restorative practices, sensory walls, and professional development. And since they've done the professional development with the teachers, they're all on the same page as the campus. What you're seeing in there, in the fall you had 12 hours of these students not in class. In the spring, you're looking at 1 hour and 36 minutes. You know, you're seeing such a decrease. So if they're in the classroom, then they have the instruction. And then when we look at the academics, we know that Anderson Mill is a high mobility school. And so we look at data constantly. When you look up there, they gave the Star Ready in 5th and 6th. They didn't really like the results that we were getting. So they went in, did some flex grouping. They did some Saturday schools. They got some extra science support. But what they did is they gave the Star Ready again, and what they showed is they're making that, the biggest numbers up there are that growth, student growth. Not every student, we still have work, but you saw a 78% and an 84% growth in the students over time, and that's what we want. When you look at Canyon Creek, it's a STEM school, and so they were big this year on not only putting projects together, but making it real. And so how amazing is to sit there and do your planning, your creating, your problem solving, your collaboration with your students, making your own hot air balloon, and then all of a sudden you have this big hot air balloon that's right there. And so you're releasing your balloon. It was a whole school event, but you're looking at all the science, all the math skills. You're having younger kids see it. What a great experience for kids to have it locked in their mind. And these are type of activities students will never forget. All right, and they're tying in that math and science. Caraway is a newcomer, has a newcomers center. They have one of the highest numbers of newcomers. And so really trying to give our newcomers to our country that support in that oral literacy. And so what they're finding is that our students are making almost a year's growth by being in this program. And so Katrina really wanted to highlight this because if we can get these students accelerated a little bit quicker, then they're going to go into the classroom. They're going to be successful. All right, and if they're successful in the classroom, then all the other cultural things that they have to address when they get into the United States will be a little bit easier because that school is a little bit safer place for them. When I look at Laurel Mountain had a huge Earth Day today, and what they all are about is place-based environment, meaning our environment can be such huge science lessons, math lessons. You go over there and you can see eggs being in incubators. You can be garden. Kids are taking food out of the garden and they're already cooking their own food. And it all goes with alignment with the TEKS. And I must say, I'm sad to say today that Jan Richards will be retiring at the end of the year, and we're in the process of selecting that principal. Those are big shoes to fill. And when you look at Laurel Mountain, what an awesome opportunity they have. And thank you, Board, because if your innovative grants have enabled them to build outdoor classrooms in this outdoor environment and support that initiative. Purple Sage is an academic excellence. They wanted to use data. They said, we want to show them. We got our STAR-ready results in 4th grade, and we did not like what we saw. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. And Sarah's going, we're going to do something different. So they got teachers together. They planned. They planned what they were going to do. They put it in order, and they got it done, and they got a 60% increase. And it's all because teachers were planning with instructional coaches. They put it in action. They made it engaging, all right, and they make sure that they did not leave any student behind. And they wanted me to highlight Wesley. Wesley is a student with autism. His parents gave me permission to say that. But Wesley came to Purple Sage this year. He is now a student leader. He is now doing the entire recycling program. He facilitates it. And they said this is what Purple Sage is all about. It's not only academics and the academic support, but it's building leaders within our community. All students can be leaders. We're all leads. And my final school is Spicewood. It is an IB school. And the two things that Tayon wanted to highlight up here is, one is the IB units of inquiry. They're due in Seesaw, and Seesaw is an online portfolio. And students are working in that online portfolio. Parents can see their work. Teachers can see their work. It's a very open to where it is transparent about what the students are accomplishing, and they're all aligned with the IB lessons of inquiry. And so the parents have really made comments on how awesome this is, that they can go and see their student work in action in real time. Also, as in all of our schools, we know that we have some students that are struggling, and Spicewood is no different. And so Tayon's 1st grade teachers say, we see the data is showing that we've got to do something different. So Tayon sent them to some strategies and structures for teaching, writing, and reading. They came back, they put their plan together, they started enacting it because they knew that all students could benefit, but they needed to accelerate. And what you see up there is they moved 14 students out of Tier 3, and that's your area of most at risk is Tier 3. They moved them into Tier 2. What also she didn't show up there is 16 students moved out of Tier 2 into Tier 1. So they got the staff development, they bought into the staff development, they came back, they implemented, and they saw change. And so that's what we're all about, is looking at what we need to do, what is the data telling us, and then make those changes. But we have work to do, and we will always have work to do until we get 100% successful. Questions?
Okay, Mr. Math and Ms. Bessa.
Good presentation. If you recall, last year at this time, we were taking a look at the whole pilot, what was then a pilot program for the student ranking or non-ranking. We ended up making some tweaks. With a year now behind us, it seems to me like things are working pretty well. Is that your assessment?
Yes, sir. We made a couple of tweaks where we had the window to where students could go and get their rank. It has worked out perfect. We've had one in the fall, one in the spring. We have not faced any difficulty. I think anything that came, I think it was more maybe sometime with new parents coming into the school, is making sure that the student and the parent understood what Westwood was, doing with that ranking class. So it was more of capturing our new students and having our parents understand. But I think our parents that are currently in our community, I haven't heard anything.
When will we get the statistics on UT and A&M and other school admissions?
We're hoping, and that is going to kind of, I'm going to look at Kathy. Kathy, is that August or September, October? We can get some data from Westwood, but to get the clearinghouse, December. But we can get information from Westwood on kind of the basic numbers of scholarship money and the number of where the students are going to school and been accepted. So that is ongoing data that we can collect. But the official, December.
Thank you.
Ms. Vessa.
So, of course, I enjoyed your presentation because I relate to it so much. I mean, the balloon picture was my kid. I was there launching the balloons. So, and it's such a great tradition at Canyon Creek. They do that every year, and the kids can look forward to getting their opportunity to make their balloon and launch their balloon and have their story of how their balloon got stuck in a tree. But it always happens. So I have a couple questions. I mean, we have such great National Merit Scholarship results at Westwood. What do we attribute that to? Is it something that Westwood's doing? Is it just why do we have, I mean, do you know the statistics for Westwood in comparison to, say, other schools, other high schools in our district, and why do you think we have so many more?
Well, I don't think the 5 high schools are doing basically the same thing. They have basically the same AP courses or IB courses. I think what makes it they have great parents, they have good students. Everybody has that combination. I think the only thing that Westwood has is that there may be, and Mr. Math brought it up, there may be, like ranking class, there may be a larger cluster of students at a certain level at Westwood that makes that. But when you look at, does Westwood have any magic? I think they have great teachers. They have great students and parents that are there and supportive for all the programs at Westwood. But if you looked at Round Rock, you would find that. You would look at the counselors, the academic counselors, making sure that students are taking the right courses at the right level. So I don't think it is one thing. I think you do have a bigger cluster of high-performing students in the Westwood area, but you have those high-performing students in all schools. And so it's no magic out there. I just think it's everybody working together.
And another question that I had, I always take a look at all the different schools' report cards on the TE website, and certainly Westwood is the schools in the Westwood feeder pattern, are doing great. Anderson Mill is definitely the most challenging campus, and I just wanted to say I really appreciated, seeing that they have really made it a goal to improve their STAR scores and their report cards, both at Anderson Mill and Purple Sage, which are the only ones that are out of the 90s in terms of the entire feeder pattern. So I just wanted to say I appreciated that and your description of the things that they're doing so that we as a board can, make sure that all of our campuses are aiming for 100%, like you said.
Make a quick comment. Thank you for the presentation and the details, and I appreciate your candor and honesty that, instead of just showing all the highlights, you're showing the areas we need to work on it, and everybody's goal is 100%. So, but anyway, I'm just glad to see that you're acknowledging those and addressing them and approaching them all differently and for each campus. So, board members, any other questions? All
Thank
right,
you.
Free to go. Thank you. All right, go to
She
Jen.
might have had the latest presentation of
Yeah. Well,
of
we
any.
did a
I
little
mean,
bit
in terms
different
of
here.
our
All right,
campus.
we'll go to agenda item I. We've already done that, safety and security update. Go to agenda item J, consideration, actions for consideration by consent. Take a motion on those two. Mr. Moses.
Mr. President, I move that the board adopt action items J1 and J2 by consent.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for adoption of J1 and J2 by consent. Any further discussion? Those are very important. Of course, the nurses, we've mentioned this in the past, and then the amendment that Dr. Alex mentioned earlier. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. All right, now we go to agenda item K, approval action items. Mr. Moses.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve ACE Audio Communications, Inc. as a contractor for the campus communication, PA, multimedia, AV, and sound system upgrades at Harrington Elementary and England Elementary, and approve the use of $628,413 of bond 2018 funds.
We have a motion and a second for the approval of ACE Audio Communications for Harrington and England Elementary. Any further discussion? As for a total of amount of $628,413. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Go to agenda item K2, approval of award competitive seal proposal for food service. Mr. Moses.
Keep it rolling. I move that, Mr. President, move that the board approve HCS Inc. as a contractor for Deer Park Middle School and Live Oak Elementary kitchen renovation projects, and approve the use of $1,321,267 of food service funds contingent upon added requirements for the city of Austin.
We have a motion, Ms. Bessa. We'll get a second. Or
So I had actually had a question on this one. On this proposal, there was a like a comment two, and I didn't understand what that meant. Comment two.
Mr.
It said
Worcester or Mr. Dr. Oddix?
Thank you, Mr. President. And so you'll have to take me back to comment 2. So I'm where are you looking?
So it says on the kitchen renovation project for Deer Park, it says April 8th, the district contacted HCS Inc. commercial general contractor with the request for a best and final offer. They responded to a request with a savings of $12,000. Base bid proposal was reduced to $1,270,567. So does that mean that because it says up in the description that their bid was like not, it was $1,321,267.
The acronym of BAFO is considered a best and final offer, and so typically, if you're an apparent low bidder, and you know that you may be offered a construction contract, then you have an opportunity to offer a best and final, and so that is what they're referring to, and so they are providing a cost savings to the district of $12,000.
So it's not, we're not paying the $1,321,000 or
So in the comment number 2, the bid proposal was reduced to $1,270,560. That's their best and final offer. However, their bid is that, but so they're promising by way of construction contract that even though we approve their contract, that they are going to deliver that project in savings of $12,000.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Thank you.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second for HCS for the Deer Park and Live Oak kitchen remodel projects for $1,321,267. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. All right, go to agenda item K3. Mr. Moses.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the Deepwood Elementary Phase 2 Wonderland Play Area to T.F. Harper and Associates LP as presented.
I had a question about it.
Okay, go ahead and make a second first. I think you're supposed to do it. Go second. I got a motion and a second. Ms. Vesta.
I don't really know much about this project. I know, isn't it an innovation grant?
The project comes in two phases. There are two parts to the construction contract for this project. The first phase is complete, and the first phase involves what we call the hardscape improvements, and that is the concrete, the lighting, the exiting systems for life safety, the ADA ramp that was necessary in that area, and painting for the community. This area is related to the innovation grants. It is down in a, let's say, a lower level. That's an exterior level, but the building cantilevers out over this area, so it is a covered play area that has been unused. The second phase of this project, which funding has already been set aside, but it's a continuation of the construction authorization, only because of CV local, that for every portion of construction contract we bring forward that's over $100,000. This second phase will involve purchasing play apparatuses and the installation of play apparatuses, as well as play surfaces in that area. And so hardscape is done, we're ready to move on, and so that's the cost of the play structures.
So it's like an indoor playground?
It's an indoor-outdoor play for all abilities. There are some cognitive spaces for children to use, some areas to boost their collaboration with others. There's a tricycle track, and so it is a play area, but it's not a traditional play area in the sense of swings and play equipment, but it's more to facilitate thinking and collaboration, and it's specifically designed to meet the needs of kids of all abilities.
So will this payment then complete this project, and it's a total cost of how much for this space?
For the phase two, the total cost of the project is $181,818.90 for the second phase.
So,
But what was the first phase? I think what she's asking, all of the infrastructure, lights, and ADA ramp, all of that.
It's going to be similar in that cost range. I don't have that exact number with me tonight.
and this is all out of like innovation grant money, or that's a lot of money out of innovation grants. Where did this money come from?
This money was set aside previously as far as an innovation funding mechanism, and that allocation was back in 2016, 2017.
So the 2016-17 board approved, like, how much total in the end for this space? $400,000?
It's going to be in that neighborhood, yes. Not quite that much. Yeah. Ms. Seegers.
I didn't realize it had been that long ago, but I remember there was some drawings, some renderings of the whole setup, and I remember it was innovation grant. I don't remember how much it did.
The original monies for the innovation grants were awarded at the end of for the 16-17 school year. This was part of Cycle 2, which was a 17-18 school year, so it was the second year that Deepwood applied for this grant, and it was a $100,000 grant to start with. It was part of a reading garden that was established. They had a broadcast booth as well that they used as part of that $100,000. So what was built for the first phase was an ADA ramp to make the site accessible, because it's not accessible for students at this current time. Think about a parking garage. It's like an underground parking garage is what it looks like. And so that cost about $50,000 for the ADA ramp. Then there was some site prep to get us ready to do the work that was actually going to be installed, all the playground equipment. And then they did a Cycle 3 grant, which was this school year, which was $25,000. So on the first phase, and then the little piece that's leading to second phase, it's probably been about $75,000. I'm just kind of ballparking that, because the other monies were spent. And they got some grants from the community. But this was all from the original money that was allocated toward innovation grants. We've just stretched this project out over 2 years because the construction took longer than we thought it would take to prep.
So this comes out of money appropriated out of fund balance for innovation grants. It's already been
Yes, ma'am.
appropriated for this
Mhm.
purpose.
Yes, ma'am.
And
The
did
money is still
other
sitting there.
schools get the grants in this magnitude of like?
Yes, ma'am. In the beginning, there were 3 tiers. There was a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. The tier 3 grants were upwards to $250,000. 6 schools got awarded the exemplar grants into tier 3, and 3 of those were $250,000. One of those was Laurel Mountain that we saw tonight, and then there were a couple other schools. Robertson Elementary for their blended learning was another one. And so there were several at that level. And then there were a lot of grants in Cycle 1 and Cycle 2 that were $100,000. Now, there were multiple outdoor areas that were created in innovation grants, but not any quite as grand as like the Laurel Mountain because of the space they had. And then I know that Mr. Chadwell's spoken about Deepwood with a lot of affection, that this school is 40 years old, and this particular space underneath Deepwood, that's a dead space, has never been used really. They've put some tricycles down there before. They've tried over the years to do something with it, but there was no access. Believe it or not, the only way to access this space in the past, it's no longer that way, was through a spiral staircase in like a custodian closet. So it was a very awkward. We joke about that 40 years ago it must have been innovative, but it had to do with the land and the way that they were able to build the foundation for the school that created this big dead space underneath. But now the fencing has been removed to where it's now a sliding gate. We've got an auditorium that we've been able to create with the stairs. The ADA ramp is in place. So now we just need the actual things that will make it welcoming and accessible for students.
There was another ADA ramp that was added on the other side. I just looked down there the other day and I saw one on the closer to the portables, but there was an ADA ramp. So I don't know if that was not compliant 10 years ago, but again, it was zigzag back and forth. So when my sons were there, they never used it, even though you could unlock the chain and go down there. They used it for storage mainly. But, So anyway, Mr. Moses.
And I'll say this is also something just talking to a number of and Chad, you probably know teachers living over there. Hearing from parents, teachers, team members who are all around Deepwood, they're incredibly excited about this project because it is something that really to make them feel unique and to make them be have that thing they've been searching for. So I think this is a very worthy project that's going to benefit a lot of kids over there.
Well, in the first week to your comment, the first weekend of February, that first freeze when we had that crazy frozen grapple, I think it was called, the ice that came down in the rain form. It was the coldest day of the year that we'd had to that date, and the whole community came out along with Pfluger architects and designers and Round Rock High School students. Parents from all over the community came out and did the painting. Like, imagine a parking garage. And so you've got those concrete walls. Well, they came out and they did basically like paint by numbers. The architects and the artists came and put things up on the wall for kids to paint and draw. They created tiles to cover the actual big columns. They spent the whole day out there getting it all ready. So it really has become a community love project for the children.
And it's one of our campuses. It's one of the lower enrolled. It's always been in the one of the lowest or the second lowest. And I think what's 20% or so of the students enrolled there are transfers in. Is that right? So, it's a way for us to relieve some of the crowding, open up that, because it's so close to the admin building, I think is what I heard Mrs. Mussey say one time, that some of the staffers like to transfer their kids in there. But there's plenty of room. There's 4 portables, I think, out there. 2 of them are used for adaptive learning and 2 are used for offices. Maybe it changes every year, but this year that's what they are. But anyway, it's a great way to we can have more kids get in there and use it. And it has been on the drawing board for, I didn't realize it had been 3 years. Is that right? So
they've been working on it for 2 years. This is the end of the second year, and we're hoping to have the work completed by the summer.
Okay. Anyway.
Yes, sir. But I encourage you to go by and take a look at it now. It's come so far, and it's really exciting to see the transformation. And I know it's been presented several times as part of the construction updates.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Doesn't hurt. Somebody makes it. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on Deepwood Elementary Wonderland Playground Area? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Ms. Severs. All right, we'll go to agenda item 4, K4, approval of designated architect for the 2018 Bond Elementary for elementary number 35, master plan and design.
Mr. Chadwell, thank you. We, as a department, have been working on Elementary 35 architectural selections, and that has been accomplished. And the top qualifier for that project is PBK Architects. A quick comment on the competition that was involved in that selection. There were 20 submittals of qualifications. We call them SOQ. And so many people ask, what's the process that we go through? And so I'll outline that very briefly, is that of the 20 submittals that are submitted, there's an evaluation committee that is formed. The evaluation committee then goes through all 20 of those submittals and does a numerical evaluation. And the top 6, in this case, the top 6 firms that receive the highest scores in review of qualifications are then interviewed. That panel that is involved in the evaluations then is dismissed, and then there's another panel that is created, so it's a complete separate panel that now sits for the interview and experiences the interview. Of those 6 members of the interview group, all were very qualified. And so I guess the demarcation of choice becomes very small sometimes. And so, but on that day, in that time, this particular firm exemplified their qualifications the best. And so PBK did a very, very nice job in that competition.
So we've used another firm for our last 5 or 6 elementaries. You chose not to go with them. Has PBK done anything for us recently?
PBK has not done anything recently. They were the architectural firm that was on the high school, and for Round Rock High School, and PBK will be doing work with us on the smaller project as the support services, and so they will be by choice of the committee, they will be proposed and recommended for obviously the Elementary 35.
And one of the things that we've stuck with the same architect in the past, BLGY did Jolie Johnson and Harrington, England, all that, because we like that floor plan. Will this new one be similar, or will it go through a charrette and possibly completely different?
Right. The new design, as it may occur, part of the requirements of interview was to bring their point of view in regards to how the site use would be developed. Let's say land use for what we call the Ryan's Crossing property, and so there was an evaluation of how is the best use of the land from a conceptual point of view with a building concept, not necessarily a building design, but a building concept, and how does that work on that site in regards to what we call 21st century education delivery. And so there's multiple opportunities for these firms to bring different points of view. The reality is that there's very strong points of view in how education delivery is accomplished coming from an educational designer. And some of that is developed by way of research, some of that is developed by way of experience. And so what we are looking for is one, as an architect, who has a point of view that is inspired, that is creative, and that is working within a point of view of how to best, I guess, benefit Round Rock ISD.
Okay. So I'm just going to say we've had great results with the previous, like I said, 5 or 6 floor plans, tweaking it slightly each time, and it was just a deviation. So, the open, the windows, the doors, the 2 stories, the same floor plan, and it just seemed like it's worked well. We've got lots of recognition, certainly from Jolie Johnson. So, just hopefully we can follow something like that and top it. So, anyway.
Very good.
Ms. Feller. Go ahead.
I move that the board approve PBK Architects Incorporated as the architect for the elementary school number 35 master plan and design.
Second.
You got a motion and a second for PBK for elementary school number 35. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. All right, we'll go to agenda item K, where are we, 5, is that right? K5 for, is this the portables?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, K5, I've got to look here.
That'll be a joint presentation between myself and Terry, so I'll start off and give some background.
Do you
and
mind
that's-
getting a little closer to your microphone?
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
So Terry and I are going to do a joint presentation on this one and start by giving some background. One of the board members had asked for what are the ages of our current portables, and so the graph that's on the PowerPoint shows that we've got 276 portables, 199 of them we own, 77 of them we lease, and the age breakout is there. So that first bar is that we have 27 portables that are 40 plus years old, then we have 70 that are 30 plus years old, 87 are 20 plus, 25 are 10 plus, and we've got 67 that are less than 10 years old. In terms, to sort of put that perspective in terms of how much space that is, the 276 portables total around 414,000 square feet, which is the size of McNeil High School. So we've got a significant number of portables. So that's kind of background on that. What we're really going to be talking about tonight and the information that we wanted to share is that when it comes to portables, to me there's really three issues that we have to concern ourselves with. One is the growth, and Terry's going to talk with you about that, of the portables that we need simply we're expecting to grow over 800 kids next year, as well as if House Bill 3 passes and we have full-day pre-K, there's going to be the expectation of additional kids with that. So there's some unknown demand as well in addition to the known. The other is that I'm going to talk with you next about what our lease situation is and the cost of that. And then third, as this graph shows, is simply we've got a very aged set of portables. The normal life of a portable is considered to be 20 years old. Our overall district average is over 20 years old. And so what I think we really need as a district, and it's not a decision that's got to be made tonight, but I think it would be helpful if as a district we decided when is old too old, and at what point do we say, okay, once it hits this length of time, it's time to get a new portable and replace that, because right now there is no district standard. So that's just one thing that I'd like us to consider and ultimately kind of reach a decision on, because then from a planning purposes we can start allocating funds to whatever that piece is. The next thing I wanted to share with you is, this sort of the specifics on the portables that we lease. So what this Excel sheet shows is literally a listing of those 77 portables, and this column F is the annual cost of those portable payments. And so when you get to the bottom, here's the sort of the interesting talking point. For the 77 portables that we lease, we spend over $1 million. We spend $1,015,000 a year out of the general fund to lease those 77 portables right now. I'm advocating that we'd be better off financially to get out of the lease business and use, like we talked about earlier about, hey, get capital projects and then start intentionally getting rid of the lease portables over time and buying our own portables. And what makes its point, or what sells the point, is just take this portable that we started leasing in 2017, years ago, a couple of years ago. We pay over $18,000 a year. So in 2 years, we'll pay $37,000 in lease payments. That portable, to have bought it, would have cost us $72,000. So in 4 years, we'll pay in lease payments what it would have cost us to just buy the portable outright. Okay, and so that's where sometimes it takes money to make money. Well, if we invest it, we'll get our money back from that. So it's simply, hey, under the scenario of you put capital projects money aside, you use that, you'll get your money back in exchange for that. So what I'm going to hand off to Terry to speak with are the 40 that are being asked. He can give you the specificity on the 15 known portables. The other 25, what I would advocate for through the financial lens is if we, as we can, if we set the money aside, because we wouldn't be able to just, hey, JT, who's over portables, we wouldn't be able to get 25 new portables in addition to the 15 we need for growth. We couldn't do all 40 by the time school started. But if we said, hey, we're good with that, then do some of them this summer, then Thanksgiving break, Christmas break, spring break, you get them as you can, and then the second you stop paying lease payments, you start getting the payback on it.
So I've got a question. You're talking about purchasing brand new portables.
Correct.
And you'll swap out, so whatever this one is, that 18,000 Anderson Mill, you'll go in and take that one out and send it back to the lease company? And so how much does it cost to transfer? This pretty expensive, right, to move it in and move out the old one? Do you ever look at lease to buy?
The piece that's important to realize, and here's sort of a distinction. You see that the cost of the $72,000 there. So when we buy a portable, the portable itself is literally just kind of like half the story because, okay, you've bought the portable, but then you have to get electricity to it. You've got to get ramps to it. You got to have skirting, furniture, all those sorts of things. So that's where it goes from $72,000 to a total of $150,000 to do the new. Okay, so if we were to take a portable out and put the $150,000 there, well, if I'm paying $18,000 a year, and this is like just for the portable, not the other costs the district had to incur to put it there, but that $150,000, well, in 8 years, you'd have it paid back, and then for the remaining time that portable is there, you're winning on all of that other time.
Okay, it just seems like a lot of work because you got to pull all the furniture out, set it aside, unplug, unwire, undo the plumbing, move out the old one, move in the new one, do it. It seems like a lot of work, but and then we're discussing possible boundary. Anyway, Ms. Weir and then Ms. Feller.
Well,
Sarah.
my question actually is there a time crunch? Is there a reason that we are doing this tonight and we couldn't wait and do it and talk about it next week in our facility committee? Because I had talked to Chad about that this was the kind of thing we were trying to avoid having at 12:20 on starting our Good Friday with this discussion, that this was something we could have sat down in a committee and we could have gone through all of this and gone through all of the detail and come back to the rest of the board with a pretty quick update. And I guess I'm just a little confused about the timing.
Thank you, Trustee Weir. The timing typically becomes an issue this time of year. For example, we notify district administrators, site administrators, area superintendents that as we move into the spring semester, that if there's a need for facilities such as or square footage at their campuses based upon growth, is to begin to notify us, and we set a time to say, please go into this website to indicate a request for a facility, a portable facility, and tell us why you need it. And that goes spring break and after spring break. And then once we have that matrix of who's asked, and for example, I have a list of campuses that have asked, and they've specified their specific needs. We share that list with the area superintendents, and the area superintendents vet their way through that process. And so that is just occurring now because obviously there are asks that sometimes are let's say ambitious, and so we vet out whether or not those asks are appropriate. So we get to this time and frame, and unfortunately, when we hit mid-April, it becomes a rush to be able to get in line to purchase. So, yes, I would agree that it would be a topic that would be appropriate and is appropriate to talk at facility committee. We have a request of 15 portables, 15 to accommodate growth across the district. And some of those campuses, I'll just name them because one of the questions were, what campuses are asking for these? And so Ridgeview Middle School, Callison Elementary, Purple Sage, Hopewell Middle School, Caraway Elementary, Caldwell Heights, Harrington, Voight, Elsie England, Cedar Valley, and by and large, that's the list that's asking. Some are asking for one, some are asking for two. For example, Elsie England Elementary School is just growing extraordinarily fast, and so there's a need to be able to accommodate those students. And so as they ask for those one portable or even two portables may be needed, there at Caraway, one portable has been requested. And even though that school has a project to add in addition to that campus, the student body is large enough that we need to accommodate by way of classrooms. So we don't have the margins in this particular situation to manage. So the other thing that often happens to us is that knowing that it takes 3.5 months to 4 months to be able to order and deliver and set up and equip a portable, is that we always have very late requests. For example, last year we had 2 late requests that came at the end of May. And so throughout the course of last summer, we made a very concerted effort to be very, very efficient. We did not buy new portables last summer. We, as an operations department, went through and evaluated all the portables and how they are occupied. And so we knew how, and we continue to know how they were mostly occupied from that point. And we were able to go through the summer last summer and harvest portables that weren't used or were poorly used and be able to move them around so that we can accommodate the growth at different campuses. And so that was quite successful to be able to harvest those. And of course, by way of including the pre-K population that came throughout the summer and into the fall semester, we basically ran out of surplus square footage. We used it all. You may be able to go to a specific campus and be able to open a door and find one classroom that may be used for storage or something of that nature. But on the other side, you'll find that there may be a classroom here and there. So most of the square footage in portables is being used for an academic purpose, classroom or something of that nature. So at this point, our growth in needs of just square footage is 15, where the ask is to be able to say we need 15 and then perhaps 5 more, so that the 20 we're able to have that flexibility to accommodate what we expect, particularly if we find ourselves having to deal with additional pre-K growth in the district.
Okay, I've got a couple questions. Ms. Feller and Mr. Math.
So I asked this question in the agenda planning session, and it might be helpful to answer it for the rest of the board as well, but I was wondering, this was a purchase that could have been done with bond money, and why wasn't it included, and could we go through the first year of, and again I said I'm learning this as I'm going along, but could we use bond money, surplus bond money after the end of the first bond sales and things like that? So you corrected me on that, so maybe you could just correct people why we wouldn't be able to do that now, or clarify for people why we wouldn't be able to, wait till this time next year and use surplus bond money for it. And then I had one other question.
For the 2018 bond, obviously we haven't created a surplus. We haven't finished projects to be able to account for surpluses at this point in time. So there is surplus in 2008 bond, and there's surplus in 2014 bond, but there's no surplus in 2018 bond surplus because it's too new. It's just in its beginning phase, and so that is one reason that we.
Is all the bond money allocated from 08 and 14, or could we use that surplus money for this?
I'll pause and allow the finance.
Yeah, and I'd actually have to find out the specifics of do we have, so that truly I don't want to try to wing that answer of literally, okay, of what is the plan for the remaining funds, and or is there literally, hey, we've done everything. I don't think it's a case of we've done everything that we promised the community that we would accomplish with both of those, and that money is just sitting there.
Sure.
My expectation is there's a plan for that, but I couldn't just tell you,
Sure.
so I'll find out.
Well, and that just came across my mind as you were mentioning those previous two. I wanted to go back to the new information that you just gave about the cost of a portable is around $75,000, and then the other $75,000 is the setup cost and all of that, electrical and stuff. So if we're removing a leased portable and putting a new portable that we would own in there, we wouldn't have that setup cost because there would already be electrical out to the site and all of that. Is that correct?
There would be to me, and Terry can speak, with more experience than I can on that because it's going to be a mixed bag. I mean, some of the thing, like hey, if it already had electricity, you'd already have the transformer on site and all that sort of thing. You could take furniture out of one and put it into the other. That would just be a transference. Some of it would have to be, depending on the condition of the skirting and the ramping and all that sort of thing. So Terry I'll be quiet and let Terry give you the rest of that answer.
Thank you, Dr. Ottix. And so the answer is yes, you have some efficiencies by removing one portable and replacing another. Some of the efficiencies, as the portable comes in, you have new skirting, and so the skirting is tight to the earth, and so those are costs that come with the new portable. But you already have the ramp in place. Most of the ramps are aluminum ramps, and so the aluminum ramp is there. Part of the other cost of setup is sidewalks to be able to access the facility. So sidewalk generally is in place, as well as you have the infrastructure for communication. And if it's a wet portable, you obviously have the infrastructure for waste and water and things of that nature. So it depending on the location, those costs begin to narrow so that it becomes just more the facility itself. The accessories outside are already in place and useful.
It made me think about, like, if we need $150,000 for new ones, when we're just swapping out, perhaps we wouldn't need to allocate $150,000 for each one of those, or I don't even know how much. Are you allocating or requesting about $150,000 per portable?
Yes, within the last year, we've seen an escalation in price, and so in 2017, the summer 2017, we were spending approximately $125,000 per unit, portable unit, to purchase, bring in, set up, and what we call fit out. That is the chalkboards and the carpet. They come uncarpeted, so there's some finishes that go into these facilities, as well as the projectors and things of that nature.
Mr. Math.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused. Is the ask for 20 or 40?
The actual need, the specific need for this summer is 20. We were asking for 40, knowing that there's a possibility through the formation of House Bill 3 that pre-K could be upon us. And so that gives us at least the flexibility to order quickly if we need to do that. But that's not a specific need for the summer.
Okay.
Yeah, to your point, the ask is 40 and kind of, say, two hands, 20 new, like for 15 for the known growth, 5 for the potential growth. So that's that piece, and that's kind of the urgent piece of really need to get that, literally pick up the phone tomorrow, place the order so that those would be in place by the start of school. The other 20 is the logic of, hey, to get out of the leased, starts buying those 20 so that they can replace leased ones. And that wouldn't be, those 20 wouldn't happen, probably, most of those wouldn't happen this summer. It would be as our crew had time to actually get them, to swap them out.
Okay. And I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up that during the campaign trail, there was really an expression amongst the community that they wanted fewer portables. And I realize, that's a very simple statement to make, and there are reasons why we need portables, and portables serve a purpose. But it seems that before we make a very large capital expenditure, there's probably some homework that still needs to be done what our current portables are being used for. Is there space within existing brick and mortar for maybe administrative functions that are in portables that could move into there? I'm just saying there's boundaries. There's just a lot of moving pieces. It's hard to make a decision just on portables without looking at the broader picture.
Mr. Math,
Yeah,
I can make.
Done?
Yes, that's correct, Dr. Flores. We actually went through and we opened and evaluated how the portables are being used and what occupancy are in the portables. And what we find is that, particularly through last summer, is that by harvesting portables that were not used well and using them where they were needed, we have very few portables now, classrooms, I should say, in our portable inventory that is not being used by way of some type of classroom and or district need, by way of an interventionist teacher that may be functioning in that space. So we simply have consumed our surplus by the growth and the addition of pre-K last summer.
Okay. We got 3 more questions. It's 12:30. Let's see if we can, hate to see this go this late.
Well,
but
I don't really have a question. I maybe have a solution.
Well,
So,
you want to do it right now, or you let these ask questions first?
okay, solution. So we've kind of come to the conclusion that we need more information on the lease program for the, say, how many did you say? The 25? So if we purchased 20 right now to get in front of the growth and possibly having to provide pre-K, would that work right now, and then take it back to the facilities committee to talk about the lease program and to look at the audit of how we're utilizing some of our portables? Would that be a solution right now?
I think I can answer, and then y'all can correct me. I think that's a viable solution at 12:34 a.m. So I do think that more discussion, obviously, because it's going to come back to, do we want to lease portables or not? And that's not really for tonight. But to move this item, there's no doubt that's a great solution, because we know growth of 15, and we know that 5 more, even 10 more, would help us with House Bill 3 with the pre-kindergarten. But that's a solution, yes.
Okay. Mr. Moses and Ms. Vess, I think so.
Well, then I have a motion. So.
I want to.
Okay, go.
Go ahead, Ms. Vess. You got a comments?
I mean, I brought this up in my questions. I understand that, on the bond, there were so many needs, and we were looking at both capital renewal, we were looking at district-wide needs, and we were looking at growth. I don't understand why this wasn't a line item that we were anticipating that we were going to need additional portables. I mean, I don't see how that couldn't have been anticipated, because I just feel like, I wish we would have been able to spend bond monies on this, because when we take it out of our fund balance, that is not, people may say, oh, we have plenty of fund balance, but it's not easy to replenish. I mean, it's not an easy thing going forward, and so I don't know if that's a question as to why wasn't that a growth line item that we anticipate we will need more portables.
I think it was. I think.
No, I
was,
looked.
Well, here's what I know. I know that there was tough decisions made. 508 million. There was 900 million.
That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying it was never on the list.
Well, but at the same time,
it was never on the list.
The board that did adopt, because they eventually had to come to a number that they agreed. But what you decided.
I'm not saying that it wasn't considered and then it got left off. It was never on the list. It was never on the list. Because we considered lots of things, and we ranked them, and then they got removed because they didn't make the cut. This was never on the list.
I have a comment to that. Is that through the discussion of the Citizen Bond Committee, and of course, those discussions broke into subcommittees. The discussion was with portables is that by way of scale, yes, the committee discussed we would like to have brick and mortar for portables. But the scale is, as Dr. Oddix mentioned, there's 276 portables, which is more than 400,000 square feet. And in that discussion at that point in time is that if you're removing portables at that scale, it's equivalent to the cost of a new high school and more, or in that neighborhood. And so the discussion digressed into where can we remove portables that are in the worst shape. Brushy Creek is an example. And so as Brushy Creek, that project takes formation, those portables are to be removed, or even Westwood High School as that addition. And so the removal and replacement of those portables actually broke into smaller projects. It wasn't as a point of growth related to these facilities as they are needed at individual sites per se. And so it was left to say, let's deal with them as they are needed from that point.
And I think that in terms of, knowing that we were going to have to purchase portables on an ongoing basis to deal with different amounts of growth around the district, knowing that that was coming down the road, and then saying that we need to use our fund balance to cover that. I just think that that's not the best operating methodology. I mean, we should have forecast that and made sure that that was a line. And if it had been a line item in the bond, and they said no, we don't, we don't think we can. Like, for example, we had there was a line item for purchasing land, okay, and it didn't make the cut, but it was there. And I remember the discussions on this dais, people saying, I hate that we don't have money for land in this bond because we're going to have to buy land, and we know it. That was not, that discussion in terms of this particular line item was not had. It wasn't like it was on the list and we're like, oh, we just got so many other priorities. We just can't
and
get it on.
I think we can
there.
always say that there is always room for improvement, like what you're saying, in the CBC, in the discussion. And I think it's well noted now that that is probably a conversation that we should have had. And as we move forward, we can note that, but we can't go back now.
Well, I think we have, you've obviously stated a case, both of you have, and you need to replace, you need some for growth, you need some for replacement. I'm willing, and I think, back to the facilities committee, we're talking about the committee's considering boundary changes. That's always one of the things we wanted to get rid of, and you all said it. We've heard it even before the campaign trail was fewer portables. And we have empty space at some campuses. I think it goes back to our strategic plan is when a school is at 125% capacity, should we automatically look at doing a boundary change? At some point, we need to put some number on that. And when it's at 75% under capacity, do we do a boundary change? We have some empty spaces in Deepwood. We just talked about that earlier. I think it's got room for 500 or so, and it's down to barely 400. So there's room for growth at some of these. I'm willing to go with the compromise tonight, but I do think it needs to go back to the facilities committee, and this whole process needs to be looked at so we don't get blindsided. I wouldn't say blindsided, but this came up at a week ago. It came up in the agenda setting, and I told Dr. Flores and I told you, Dr. Addix, and you were on the phone, and I said, you better be ready to justify this because it looks like we didn't. And you said it in this meeting and here, the budget committee. It wasn't on the bond. It wasn't discussed, and here it's happening. So we need to fix something. But we have to get through, and I understand it takes a while to order these, to get them shipped here, and the planning, and you have to get all the what goes on. Mr. Moses, do you have a motion?
I did. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. I move that the board approve the use of general fund assigned fund balance for capital renewal and replacement projects for a purchase of 20 portable buildings to accommodate growth. Period. I think that.
For 3 minutes amount?
Do we have to put an amount?
There's not an amount in the motion.
There's not an amount.
It'd be $3 million.
For $3 million. For $3 million. Well, we were talking about $6 million for 40, so I'm guessing that's. It says down here, down at the very bottom line of that, it says background information, approximately $6 million. Is that right? So anyway, all right. So we have a motion. What's that?
Do we need to approve in a specific amount?
Well, I'm just down here. I'm just looking at it.
No,
it's
I
not
know.
in the,
But then you're
It talks
fixing
about
an
it in the back.
amount. You're fixing an amount. You can't come in with a fixed amount.
We're saying we need 20, and then it might be a certain amount. Then they go to the market tomorrow.
It could be a
and
different
and
price
prices will
tomorrow.
change.
Okay.
Yeah,
This is the first time we've approved
No, I
something
hear
like
ya.
this, so just
That's good.
bear with me.
Yeah, you're good.
normally we
It's late
specify.
hour.
And it's
Early
very
hour.
late.
We do specify the amount. So
And my
normally,
brain
and
is
down
really
here it
foggy
does say
right now.
approximately 6 million. So, all right, we're just going to. Is that legal? 20?
But it's understood from the information that the range is about 3 million.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? We've had a lot already. You okay, Ms. Weir?
Yeah, I'm okay for the 20. I'm still, I guess I still wish, we could have talked about this on the 5th. I don't know. I mean, it's 12:45, and I did feel blindsided when this showed up on the agenda, and we didn't have any background. And I also went and looked at the bond spreadsheet, and there were 15 portables for CD folks, and it was like a priority 4. But not this, and so there was just no background, there was no anything, and it does get very frustrating. I do understand we need these 20, and I do want to get ahead of that, but there's still just a part of me that
And we have room for improvement. Obviously,
Always.
we don't want to do this again. So anyway, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. All right. Hopefully, it's a good start for the next year. All right, we'll go to agenda item K6, adoption of resolution approving real estate acquisition by Travis Central Appraisal District.
Yes. So in terms of this literally has nothing to do with us as Round Rock ISD. This is an action item that was sent to us from Travis Central Appraisal District. So the reason for the ask is that since 2005, the number of protests filed with Travis Central Appraisal District, that I'll refer to as the district, has increased from 46,000 to over 142,000. To address the increased protest demand, the number of members on their review board, they doubled it to be able to handle that volume. And this past year, they were able to rent a facility from the Travis County Expo Center, but they weren't able to renew that lease for this year, so they have to get additional space in very short order. And so they considered all the different options of trying to lease space. Do we start with vacant land and build our own facility, or get an existing facility? They decided upon buying an existing one at 850 East Anderson Lane. So the Travis Central Appraisal District will not request any additional funds from any of the taxing units for this real estate purchase. They hold sufficient funds and dedicated reserves and annually budgeted reserves for the building purchase and renovation that's expected to not exceed $10 million. But in order for them to do that, the Texas Property Tax Education Code requires that they get 3/4 approval by the taxing units, which Round Rock is one of them, and so they need approval by 3/4 of the voting members to approve it in order for them to move forward, and they need that by June 1st. And so, with that, on behalf of Travis Central Appraisal District, I'm asking for approval from the board.
Mr. Moses.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the Travis Central Appraisal District real estate acquisition as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for that the board approve the Travis Central Appraisal District real estate acquisition as presented. This is no cost to us for this year, but they have money in their balance, and it needs 3/4 of the taxing units. I don't know how many taxing units they have, but Round Rock or Williamson Central has like 200 when you count cities, counties, MUDs, things like that. I think we're just one small piece of it, so hopefully that's they need it. I knew somebody who was on their appraisal review board, and he said they were scrambling for space, so it's all good. Anyway, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. All right. Thank you. And finally, we'll go to number K7, approval of Student Health Advisory Council members. And we all have a piece of paper on our
I have a
paper.
name to add
Okay.
to the list.
Okay.
So I'm going to nominate Robin, Robyn Honig, Honig, a parent from the Westwood Learning Community.
Okay. All right, so we're adding a name there, and then I think, Ms. Aguilera, you said there's still a couple more need to be added next month? Okay, but for now, we can go ahead and adopt these. All right, with the addition of Robin Honig, want to make a motion, Ms. Bessa, for the?
I'm not ready.
Just do
I
it,
can
Ms.
do
Gonzalez.
I move the board appoint the following individuals on our list to the School Health Advisory Council.
Second it? I'll take it.
Second.
All right, I got a second. Second. Anyway, we have a motion and a second for the names presented here as for the Student Health Advisory Council with the addition of Robin Honig. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Great. All right, we'll go to agenda item. And we're done with all of the minutes, everything missed earlier, is that right? Did the minutes, okay. So we're agenda item N, I'm sorry, we go to M, announcements and updates. With that, Ms. Feller.
So I'm not going to speak for very long, obviously, for many reasons. But I did want to, first of all, say thank you to the board and to the community for investing in sending me to the National School Board Association Conference. It was a fabulous conference, learned a lot. I'm not going to go through much of this. I think what I'm going to do, given the late hour, I'm just going to type up a summary and I'll email it to all of you people. But wanted to just kind of hit some topics that I attended, some really innovative things that were presented in the sessions, but turning high poverty schools to high performing schools, how to ensure board policies are relevant, effective, actionable, and legal, from school to juvenile court and back, new innovative ways to address difficult conflicts, equity in outcomes, the impacts of mental health in the classroom, bringing high levels of customer service to public education, and leading community-wide school and safety efforts. Some really neat things that I had not heard of before, and I thought were really applicable to our district. Also really liked the vendor fair that was there, and I know I talked about it before, but we talked about the film that they put over the vestibules to make the glass not bulletproof, but putting this over the glass in our entryway will take it now to 3 to 5 minutes for an intruder with a bat or an axe to get through the glass in some of our vestibules. And this was just a sample of that product. And the last thing that I really wanted to touch on was NASBA has some legislative priorities. Talked about it a little bit with Corey, but one of them that their first priority was they want the reauthorization and full funding for the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And specifically it says NASBA urges Congress to begin the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act reauthorization process so that the law can be strengthened in a timely way to ensure that all students with disabilities achieve their full potential. And really what it comes back to is it's not being fully funded at the federal level. And that means that the brunt of funding these services is falling back on the local school districts. And, I support this initiative for a lot of reasons, but I just really thought it was noteworthy to mention in here that I really think that this is a legislative priority that we as a district should support. They also are doing a Higher Education Act reauthorization, improving the nation's infrastructure, and advancing school safety. Last thing I'll mention is the keynote speakers were fabulous. The last one on the very last day was a mom whose child was killed in the Sandy Hook tragedy, and listening to her story. And as you can imagine, it was really gut-wrenching to listen to. But the lessons that were learned and the safety initiatives that we have, and I mentioned it just briefly at a previous meeting, but the things that we're starting to do as a district hadn't been done in Sandy Hook. And so it's exciting to see that we're already ahead of this curve in making these changes, especially with our coming bond. So, again, I just wanted to say thank you. I know that it was an expense, and it really was a fabulous conference. So thank you.
Like I said, I think we've sent at least one person in the past each year, and it's great to see go to these conferences, you see what other districts are doing, and they learn from everybody else. So I'd recommend we at least send one person in the future to the next one. I don't know where it is next year, but anyway. All right,
Next
with
year's
that-
in Chicago.
Chicago, okay. All right, number M2, Facilities and Finance Committee report. Ms. Weir.
I'm going to be even quicker because our notes are already typed up, thanks to Debbie, and you can just go read them. We had some great updates. We did talk about meeting the first Friday of every month, though we did have tentatively next Friday, and I may call you on Monday, and maybe we can talk about this portable thing and the boundaries and get that started, and we'll talk before then. And we may have a couple of easements coming too. We did one of them today, but there may be a couple more coming, but that's all I'm going to say because it is almost 1.
All right, thank you, Ms. Okay, Mr. Moses.
Same thing, all written up, typed up. Also, you can go find these as well as other information at the Policy Innovation and Budget Committee website through Round Rock ISD. So good stuff there. The community go see.
Fancy.
Yeah, that's awesome. A few things to expect coming down the pipe. And we'll be taking another look at these ourselves before they get here. But AE Local, that is our educational philosophy. We feel as if that is the driving force behind a lot of what we do. And so we're reviewing our current policy, looking at other district policies to see where ours is good, where we might need to make some additions, just to go from there. Also, CJ Local having to do with contracted services. And then also on the budget, you heard Dr. Oddix and I talk about what we'll be seeing moving forward. We're really excited about that. And then again, just some upcoming items in the next couple meetings. We'll get them on. I'm not sure they're going to be on the next meeting agenda, the one following that, but in that time frame. Also boundaries, also our transfer policies, grievance processes, and our open records processes. So those are all forthcoming.
Okay.
I will say one of the things that I attended at NASBA was all about policies, and there was a school district that had a 4-year cycle to make sure that their policies were reviewed on a 4-year cycle. So I'm going to be sharing that with Mason. It was a really cool session to attend. It was exciting that we have these committees going now.
Have many policies, so it'd be great to look at them. So, all right, let's see. Agenda item M4, announcements, updates, requests for future agenda items. I think we've already set the meeting for next week for the contracts. Dr. Flores, do you have any comments? Any announcements?
Some announcements, quick announcements. Job fair at Stony Point High School on Saturday, April 27th. I think that's always fun to see individuals that want to come be a part of Round Rock, so you're invited to that from 9 a.m. to 11:30. Obviously, graduations are around the corner. On the 21st, Success High School at Raymond Hartfield Pack, and then the 24th and 25th, the 5 high schools are graduating at HEB Center. Also, May 6th is the Teacher of the Year reception at Stony Point High School. May 13th is the Leadership Round Rock ISD graduation at Kelly Reeves. And that's it.
And real quick, Partners in Ed had their golf tournament the other day, and what they raised, 70-something thousand?
How much did they raise?
Yeah. What was the number final?
115,000.
100. Okay. Very
Team
good.
shot 59. Didn't place.
Okay, that's great. So, any other comments? We've already set the agendas and everything. May 3rd is our next full meeting. Is we have a workshop. We've got the other one, but other than that, it's 12:56. We adjourn.